Every person you pass during the day, even the ones who smile easily, even the ones who seem unshakable, carries a mind that gets heavy when the world finally goes dim. Because when the lights go out and the doors close, there is no audience left to perform for, just you and the thoughts you've been outrunning, the unfinished fears, the what-ifs that loop without mercy, the quiet pressure behind the ribs that no one else ever sees. Not because you're dramatic, but because being human comes with a mind that never learned how to loosen its own grip. We were taught to stay strong, not to stay steady, to keep going, not to keep breathing, to solve everything, even when we're breaking on the inside. But there's a softer intelligence in you, a calmer voice, asking for a different way of being. Not more effort, but more ease. Not escape, but permission to rest. Not silence, but understanding. The Stoics knew something most people still forget. That worry is not a monster to defeat. It's a messenger to listen to. That peace is not a miracle. It's a skill. And that the mind becomes lighter the moment you stop wrestling with it. They believe that nights are not just for sleep. They are for recalibration, for returning to the truth beneath all the noise, for remembering what is actually yours to carry, and what never was. Tonight is your turning point. 4 hours to soften the edges of your thoughts. 4 hours to release the burdens you've kept alive out of habit, not necessity. 4 hours to give your mind the kind of rest that rewrites the next morning before it even arrives. So settle in. Let the world shrink down to the sound of your breath. This is the moment your worry loosens, and your inner stillness finally steps forward. When the introduction settles in your chest like a quiet truth, there's a moment right after it, a small doorway, where the mind decides whether it will keep holding on or finally let something go. It's the pause where worry hesitates, where the heart strains for a softer direction, where a deeper part of you begins to lean toward relief. This transition is where the night truly begins to shift, not with effort, but with willingness. A willingness to loosen the grip you've kept all day. A willingness to meet yourself without the weight of expectations. A willingness to let the next hours reshape the way your mind holds its burdens. And this is where the first practice begins. There is a reason the Stoics placed enormous value on the state of the mind right before sleep. They understood something modern life constantly overlooks. The mind does not shut off when the body does. Thoughts you fall asleep holding are the same thoughts you wake up carrying. And the heaviest of these are the unfinished tasks, the things undone, unresolved, untouched. They cling to you like shadows, not because the work is overwhelming, but because your relationship with it is. This is where the Stoic practice of pre-sleep indifference becomes a gift. Not indifference as in apathy or neglect, but indifference as in freedom from emotional entanglement. Apatheia, a steady, unshaken state where the mind stops tying its worth to what remains incomplete. It's the ability to look at everything you didn't finish and not let it define the quality of your night, your rest, or your identity. Most people lie down at night with their minds full of unfinished lists. That email you didn't send, the conversation that didn't go the way you hoped, the goals you didn't reach fast enough, the task you meant to start but couldn't, the minor responsibilities that grew claws by the time the lights turned off. This mental clutter convinces you that you must solve everything before sleep, which is why rest feels impossible. But the Stoics approached this very differently. They believed that tasks have no moral weight. They are not sacred. They do not measure who you are. What carries weight is the intention you showed, the effort you gave, and the calm you protect. The Stoic perspective teaches that the day ends when it ends, not when everything is perfectly wrapped. The mind is allowed to return to stillness even if the world around you remains incomplete. Apatheia begins with a single shift, accepting that unfinished tasks are not threats. They hold no fangs unless you feed them with urgency. They do not follow you into the night unless you invite them. Right now, in the quiet of this moment, the first step is to acknowledge what remains undone, without judgment. Let it be there. Let it exist without forcing it into resolution. This gentle acceptance removes the unnecessary pressure you place on yourself, pressure that has never created better work, only exhaustion. Pre-sleep indifference is the practice of releasing emotional ownership of what cannot be completed in this moment. It's the understanding that rest is not something you earn by finishing everything. It is something you protect so you can finish tomorrow with a clearer mind. When you detach your sense of self from your productivity, the night becomes lighter. You stop seeing tasks as mountains and start seeing them as moments. Small, movable, non-threatening. This practice also invites you to shift how you speak to yourself at the end of the day. Instead of ending the night with blame or disappointment, the mind learns a different language. I have done what I could today. What remains will meet me again with the sunrise, and I will meet it with more clarity than I have right now. Saying this, even silently, signals to the nervous system that danger has passed, that the day is allowed to close. Here, the body softens, the breath deepens, the shoulders finally drop, because the mind is no longer fighting itself. The Stoics understood that the weight of unfinished tasks grows heavier when you resist them. But when you acknowledge them without fear, without urgency, without self-punishment, they lose their ability to disturb your inner state. You stop seeing them as failures and start seeing them as part of the natural rhythm of a human life. No day was ever meant to hold everything. No mind was ever meant to resolve every thread before sleep. This practice is powerful because it interrupts the endless cycle of nighttime rumination. You learn to withdraw your attention from what does not belong in this hour. You create a boundary between your inner world and the external demands that can wait. You remind yourself that your peace is not tied to your performance, and in this space, this gentle separation, you reclaim something essential, the right to rest, even in an imperfect world, the right to sleep without carrying the day like a burden on your chest, the right to wake not from exhaustion, but from renewal. Pre-sleep indifference is not the absence of responsibility. It is the presence of perspective. It is the quiet wisdom of knowing that nothing unresolved can be resolved by sacrificing your sleep. It is the decision to protect your inner stillness, so tomorrow's version of you can rise with clarity instead of depletion. As the night deepens, this practice becomes your anchor. The day is behind you. Its tasks will not follow you unless you choose to carry them. And for the next hours, you no longer need to hold anything. When the pressure of unfinished tasks finally loosens its hold, something quieter rises to the surface. Not the to-do list, but the stories you tell yourself about your life. Old fears, harsh inner comments, worst-case pictures that feel so real, your body reacts as if they were happening right now. This is where the real battle for your peace takes place, not in what happened today, but in how your mind decides to interpret it. The early Stoics knew this well. Chrysippus, one of the great Stoic thinkers, spent his life studying how the mind turns simple events into heavy burdens. He taught that what hurts us most is not the world itself, but the false impressions we accept without question. An impression is the first thought or feeling that appears when something happens. They didn't text back. Something is wrong. My boss looked serious. I'm in trouble. I felt anxious today. I'm broken. These are not facts. They are impressions. And if you treat every impression as truth, your mind becomes a crowded room full of noise that never stops. Night is when these impressions get the loudest. The day finally slows down, outside distractions fade, and all the thoughts you pushed aside step to the front. If you do not know how to clear them, they stack up. Worry grows. Sleep slips away. You wake up already tired because your mind spent the night wrestling with ghosts. Cognitive decluttering is the Stoic way of cleaning this inner space before sleep. It is not about forcing yourself to think positive. It is about testing your thoughts with calm logic, so only what is real and useful remains. Everything else is gently released. This begins with noticing. Most people never stop to see what their mind is actually saying. Thoughts rush through so quickly they feel like one big emotional cloud. So, the first step is simple awareness. As you lie down or sit in a quiet spot, let your thoughts surface. Do not try to push them away. Let them come up one by one, like items being placed on a table. A phrase can help. What is my mind telling me right now? Not what should I think. Not what I wish I thought. Just what is there. It might be a fear about money, a replay of an awkward moment, a prediction that tomorrow will go badly. Let each thought show its face. Next comes sorting. Chrysippus would say, do not give assent too quickly. In simple words, do not agree with every thought that appears. Treat each one like a stranger at your door. Before letting it enter, ask questions. Start with this. Is this a fact, or is this a story? A fact is something that can be checked. My account balance is this number. I got this message. My body feels tense. A story is the meaning you attach to it. I'll never be okay. No one cares about me. This always happens to me. Facts are neutral. Stories are loaded. When you separate the two, half the weight falls away. Then another question. What is the evidence for this thought? And what is the evidence against it? The anxious mind collects proof only for its fears. It ignores everything that doesn't fit the worry. This step forces balance. If your thought is, I always fail, look for real examples of times you did not. If your thought is, they must be angry, look for real signs of kindness, patience, past understanding. This does not magically erase every concern, but it pokes holes in the drama your mind builds. Chrysippus also taught the importance of seeing consequences. Ask, if I keep believing this thought, where does it lead? If the result is panic, paralysis, self-hate, or pointless suffering, that is a sign the thought is not wise, even if it has a grain of truth. The Stoics were less interested in whether a thought feels familiar and more interested in whether it helps you live with courage and calm. If a thought only weakens you, it does not deserve full trust. Another helpful test is distance. Take the thought you're holding and ask, if a friend said this to me about their life, how would I respond? Most people are far kinder and wiser toward others than toward themselves. The moment you step outside the thought and answer as a caring friend, new options appear. You might say, you're being hard on yourself, or you don't actually know that yet, or let's see what happens first. That voice is the one your own mind needs to hear. Decluttering is not just mental, it can be physical too. Keeping a small notebook by your bed and writing down the heaviest thoughts can help. When a thought is captured on paper, the mind no longer has to loop it to keep it from being forgotten. You are telling yourself, this is stored. I can come back to it tomorrow with a clearer head. The urgency drops. The nervous system begins to settle. The key is this: you are not trying to solve every problem at night. You are only separating truth from distortion, signal from noise. What remains after this sorting process are a few real concerns that can be handled during the day, and a much lighter emotional load. Cognitive decluttering is not about cold logic. It is about gentle honesty. It is the practice of stepping out of the storm of your first reactions and standing in the clear air just above them. When you learn to do this nightly, your relationship with worry changes. Thoughts still appear, but they do not own you. You stop being the person dragged by every fear and become the one who quietly chooses which thoughts to keep and which to release. As the night deepens, the mind grows quieter. Not because nothing is happening, but because you have sorted what matters from what does not. And in that clean inner space, rest becomes possible, not as an accident, but as the natural result of a mind that has learned to see clearly. The mind becomes clearer once false impressions lose their grip, but another layer reveals itself right after, the quiet craving for certainty. Even when the thoughts are organized, even when the logic settles the noise, there is still a part of you that asks questions with no answers. Will things work out? Will tomorrow be kind? Will the future stop moving in ways you can't predict? This longing lives deep in the nervous system. It pulls at you. It stretches the mind toward a horizon it can't actually touch. And this tension makes it hard to rest, because the mind believes safety comes from knowing every outcome in advance. The Stoics faced this same human pull. They understood that desire, especially the desire for guarantees, is one of the biggest sources of suffering. Not because wanting stability is wrong, but because the world can't offer certainty, no matter how desperately the mind reaches for it. Wanting the future to unfold in a controlled, predictable way is like trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter the grip, the faster it slips away. This is why the hours before sleep are so fragile. Night amplifies uncertainty. The mind searches for closure, but the darkness exaggerates what it can't resolve. You feel the urge to plan every detail of tomorrow, to replay conversations until you find a different outcome, to predict reactions, to imagine every possible scenario so you won't be caught off guard. It feels responsible. It feels protective. But in truth, it exhausts you. It steals the very energy you need to handle tomorrow when it arrives. The discipline of desire before bed is the practice of loosening the mind's demand for certainty. It doesn't mean becoming careless or passive. It means acknowledging the limits of what you can control and choosing not to suffer over what lies beyond those limits. This discipline is gentle but powerful. It teaches the mind that rest is not a luxury. It is a boundary. It begins with noticing the questions that come up as the night settles, not the surface ones, but the deeper ones hidden underneath. What if things don't go the way I want? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I lose what I care about? These questions are rooted in fear disguised as preparation. The Stoics would call them misplaced desire, the longing for outcomes that cannot be guaranteed. Instead of fighting these questions, you meet them with stillness. Let them rise. Let them exist without scrambling for answers. This is the first step, allowing uncertainty to be present without treating it as a threat. Most of the suffering comes not from the uncertainty itself, but from the belief that you must resolve it right now, before sleep. When you release that urgency, the questions lose their bite. The next step is to redirect desire. The Stoics taught that the only desire worth holding tightly is the desire for inner stability, not external guarantees. This shift is subtle but life-changing. You move the focus from results to resilience, from outcomes to character, from tomorrow's unknowns to your own readiness. A phrase can help anchor this. I do not need certainty to rest. I only need trust. Not trust in fate, but trust in your own ability to meet whatever comes, with courage, clarity, and calm. When you root your desire in what is within your control, anxiety begins to drain out of the body like air leaving a tightened balloon. Another important part of this discipline is releasing anticipation. The mind often leaps forward, trying to live tomorrow before it arrives. You catch yourself rehearsing conversations, predicting conflicts, imagining obstacles. This mental rehearsal feels productive, but it silently drains your emotional reserves. The Stoics warned against living in advance because it replaces presence with worry. You lose tonight, trying to control tomorrow. To retrain this habit, bring your attention back to the current moment, not through force, but through gentle grounding. Feel the weight of your body. Notice the rhythm of your breath. The truth is simple. You cannot be in two times at once. When you fully enter the present, longing for certainty loosens because desire cannot cling to what your mind is not feeding. Chrysippus and later Stoic teachers emphasized another key point. Desire becomes calmer when it is honest. Many worries come from pretending you need perfection when all you truly need is progress. Pretending you need control when all you truly need is direction. Pretending you need guarantees when all you truly need is readiness. When you tell yourself the truth about what you're really seeking, half the tension dissolves instantly. Before bed, this honesty becomes a form of therapy. You ask yourself, what am I really wanting right now? Often the answer is softer than you expect. Peace, reassurance, balance, rest. None of these require knowing the future. They require accepting it. Another powerful practice is releasing attachment to specific outcomes. The Stoics believed that peace comes when you shift from "nothing must go wrong" to "I will be okay even if things go differently." This is not defeat, it is freedom. When the mind stops treating uncertainty as a threat, sleep becomes a sanctuary instead of a battleground. Nightly discipline is not about suppressing your desires. It is about guiding them toward what strengthens you. It is training your mind to want peace more than prediction. It is teaching your heart that rest is possible even while life remains unfinished. As the hours deepen and the world grows quieter, this practice becomes your shelter. Not because the future becomes certain, but because your relationship to uncertainty transforms. You no longer beg the night for answers. You simply prepare your inner world to meet whatever dawn brings, with steadiness instead of fear. And in that shift, something profound happens. The mind stops reaching forward and finally allows itself to rest here, in this breath, in this moment, in this safe pocket of the night. There comes a moment, after loosening the mind's grip on certainty, when the world inside you feels a little quieter, but not empty. Something still lingers in the corners. Old fears, new fears, quiet doubts, the kind that show up only when the night removes distractions and the mind is forced to face itself. They grow larger in the dark, Not because they have more power, but because your perspective shrinks. When your vision narrows, even small worries feel enormous. This is where the Stoics offered one of their most transformative practices, the view from above. This practice begins with a shift that happens inside, not outside. It starts with the smallest movement, widening your mental lens. Fears thrive in tight spaces. They expand when your attention contracts. When you're focused only on your own problems, they become the whole world. The view from above dissolves this illusion by teaching the mind to step back, far back, and see your life from a higher place. The Stoics believed that nearly every fear becomes softer when seen in its true proportion, not minimized, not ignored, simply placed in context. A worry that feels enormous inside your head becomes a single passing detail when held against the scale of life, time, and existence itself. This is not denial, it is clarity. Start with your breath. The mind needs a gentle anchor before it ascends. As you breathe, let your awareness stretch slightly beyond your immediate thoughts. Feel the space around you. Feel the room, the stillness, the night holding you. This subtle awareness prepares the mind to expand. Then comes the inner movement, the shift upward, not physically, but in perspective. You allow your awareness to rise above the small circle of your current fears. You begin to mentally zoom out, as the Stoics would say. First, you picture your life from a few steps above, seeing your entire day as one sequence rather than a collection of overwhelming moments. This alone begins to soften the weight, because you see your actions, your choices, your challenges all at once, not as disorganized fragments, but as part of a larger story. Then take the next step outward in your mind. Picture your whole week, your month, not visualizing in a dramatic way, just sensing the scale of your timeline. From here, tonight's fears start to loosen. They are not irrelevant, but they are not as large as they pretended to be. You begin to feel the truth. This moment is only one moment. This worry is only one worry. This fear is only a ripple in a much wider ocean of your life. The view from above keeps expanding. You shift from your personal window to the broader picture of the city or place where you live. You see thousands of people, each with fears of their own, fears as heavy to them as yours are to you. This step brings unexpected comfort, not because your pain lessens, but because loneliness lessens. You realize you are part of something larger, and your struggles are shared by countless others. Your suffering is human, not isolating. Then expand again. Let your awareness encompass your entire country. Millions of lives, millions of stories, different problems, different joys, different fears. Your own fear starts to feel less like a crushing weight and more like a small thread in a vast tapestry. The Stoics would then guide you higher in perspective, not to detach you from life, but to reconnect you with its true scale. Picture the entire planet, continents, oceans, night and day happening at the same time. Weather shifting, people waking while others sleep, children being born while someone else makes a final goodbye. Life unfolding everywhere, each moment filled with movement. From this view, your nightly fear becomes something real, but not overwhelming. It softens because the mind can finally see its actual size. Marcus Aurelius wrote that when you rise mentally above the earth and look down at the countless gatherings, ceremonies, wanderings, and conflicts, the weight of your own fear dissolves into something manageable. He was not dismissing human struggle, He was showing a path to reclaim control from anxiety by changing the scale. The view from above works because it rewires your emotional reaction. Fear thrives when it feels like the whole world. But when you place fear inside the world, inside a planet, inside a universe, it shrinks. Not through force, but through perspective. The nervous system responds to this shift. Your breath deepens. Your heartbeat steadies. The body relaxes because it no longer feels trapped inside the narrow space where fear looms large. You can take the view even further if you wish, seeing Earth as a small sphere floating in space, surrounded by stars and silence. You don't have to visualize this perfectly. The point is the feeling, spaciousness, a sense of scale so vast that your mind, for the first time tonight, has room to breathe. From here, your fear no longer presses against your chest. It sits quietly, held within a larger awareness. This perspective does not erase your problems. It restores balance. It reminds you that life is bigger than this moment, and you are bigger than this fear. It teaches you that worry belongs to the mind, but peace belongs to the soul, and the soul remembers its size when it expands its view. As this broader awareness settles in, something inside you releases. The grip loosens, the fear thins out, and you begin to return to yourself, not the small, anxious version held tight by tonight's worries, but the grounded, steady being who exists beyond them. This is the power of the view from above. Not escape, but liberation. The mind grows spacious, the night grows softer, and your fear finally becomes what it truly is, small enough to rest with, small enough to carry, small enough to release when the time comes. There's a quiet shift that happens once the mind has risen above its fears. When you see the scale of life from a wider view, something subtle but powerful settles inside you, a loosening of identity. The worries that once felt fused to your very being begin to feel separate. Not gone yet, but no longer welded to who you are. And in that soft gap, a deeper truth becomes visible. The version of you who carried those worries is not the same version lying here now. Something has already changed. The Stoics understood this fluidity of self long before modern psychology gave it language. They taught that the self is not fixed. It is renewed from moment to moment. Each thought, each breath, each decision shapes who you are becoming. And if the self changes, then the worries tied to old versions of you lose their authority. They belong to a past moment, not the present one unfolding now. Night amplifies this truth. The day you lived is already gone. The choices made, the mistakes, the stress, the tension, everything that felt urgent hours ago exists only in memory now. Yet the mind clings to it as if today's emotions can predict tomorrow's path. This is where the suffering begins. You carry feelings that belong to a version of you who no longer exists. The concept of the ephemeral self helps remove that unnecessary weight. Ephemeral means something brief, passing, temporary. The Stoics believed that every moment gives birth to a new self. Not in a dramatic way, but in a subtle, continuous flow. Right now, as you breathe, you are not the person who woke up this morning. You are not the person who faced stress 5 hours ago. You are not the person whose heart tightened over something unexpected earlier tonight. That person is gone. Their worries were theirs, not yours. When you recognize this, the emotional burden begins to shift. You stop treating your worries as permanent truths and start seeing them for what they are, Echoes. Echoes of moments that no longer require your protection. This shift begins with a simple awareness. Your mind is carrying reactions from earlier versions of you. The you who felt embarrassed today. The you who felt pressured. The you who felt afraid. Those reactions were real at the time, but they are no longer happening. The body may still hold traces of them, but the events themselves are finished. To separate your present self from yesterday's emotions, pause and ask, does this worry belong to who I am right now, or does it belong to who I was then? This single question creates an emotional doorway. Most worries lose half their intensity the moment you identify them as leftovers, residual energy from a moment that has already passed. The Stoics often wrote about the self as a river. The water is always flowing, always changing, never the same twice. Yet we talk about the river as if it is one unchanging thing. The same is true for you. You feel like a single, solid identity, but in truth, you are constantly shifting. Every lesson, every experience, every release shapes you. When a worry surfaces at night, you can treat it as part of this flow, not something permanent, but something passing. Another helpful perspective is recognizing that the mind often replays old fears out of habit, not relevance. The brain is wired to protect you, so it revisits past danger, even when the current version of you is ready to move forward. Understanding this can bring compassion instead of frustration. Your mind is not trying to ruin your night. It is trying to keep you safe based on outdated information. This is where the idea of the ephemeral self becomes liberating. When you realize the emotions rising at night belong to a former state, you stop fighting them like enemies. You treat them as relics, pieces of yesterday that are naturally fading. You can acknowledge them, thank them for their message, and let them dissolve. You no longer tie them to your identity. A helpful practice is to mentally address the version of you from earlier today. You might say quietly to yourself, "You did your best. I'm taking over now." This is not denial, it's a handover. You become the calm caretaker of your own mental world, guiding it gently into the present. When you speak to yourself this way, the nervous system softens. Tension leaves the spine. The heart feels less guarded, because finally, someone is leading, the you who exists right now. Another step in this practice is welcoming the truth that tomorrow's self will be stronger, wiser, and calmer than you expect. The Stoics believed deeply in human adaptability. They trusted that future selves are not weaker. They are better equipped because they carry the lessons of all the selves before them. Your worries assume that tomorrow's you will be fragile. But look at your life. You have survived every yesterday. You have faced storms you thought would break you, and every time, a new version of you emerged. Nighttime worry forgets this. It acts as if tomorrow's you will be the same as today's you, carrying the same limits. But that is never the case. The ephemeral self is always evolving, always preparing you for what comes next. When you embrace this truth, worry becomes lighter. It no longer feels like a life sentence. It becomes an emotional memory, not a prediction. You recognize that who you will be tomorrow can handle what today's worry says you cannot. And in that recognition, the fear that clung to you finally loosens. Your chest opens. Your breath deepens. Your mind steps out of yesterday and into now. You realize that rest is possible because the version of you existing in this moment is no longer carrying what the earlier you carried. You are free to rest, free to grow, free to release the echoes of a self that has already passed. When you finally understand that your nighttime worries belong to a version of you that no longer exists, a new clarity begins to take shape. But there is still something subtle left behind, something the mind holds even after perspective has widened and the self has shifted. It's the emotional residue of the day, the quiet tension in the chest, the heaviness behind the eyes, the thoughts that didn't fully turn into worries but didn't fully dissolve either. These remnants can follow you into sleep if you don't clear them, creating restless nights and foggy mornings. And this is where Marcus Aurelius offers one of the most powerful practices ever recorded: evening self-interrogation. Unlike harsh self-judgment or overthinking, his method was gentle, honest, and liberating. It wasn't about punishing himself, it was about cleansing the mind before bed, so nothing from the day remained stuck. Marcus understood something most people forget. Unprocessed emotions don't disappear, they wait, and the night is their favorite moment to rise. The practice begins with the simplest of actions, turning inward with sincerity. No distractions, no performances, just a quiet conversation with yourself. Marcus often asked himself a series of reflective questions at the end of the day, not to spark guilt, but to dissolve emotional knots. The intention was not perfection, it was clarity. The first layer of this self-interrogation is recognizing what you felt during the day that you never fully acknowledged. Many emotions slip by unnoticed because you were busy, distracted, or holding yourself together. Maybe you brushed off a moment of irritation. Maybe you swallowed a disappointment. Maybe you didn't allow yourself to feel sadness because there was no time to stop. These unspoken emotions linger inside the body in ways you don't always see. So begin with the question: what emotion did I feel today that still sits in me now? It might be anger. It might be embarrassment. It might be a quiet ache you didn't know you were carrying. Naming it loosens its hold. Emotions grow heavier when they stay vague. They soften when they are recognized directly. Marcus would then guide himself deeper by asking another question. Did this emotion belong to the situation, or did it come from my interpretation? This is where the residue begins to dissolve. You start to separate the event from the story you built around it. Maybe the comment that bothered you wasn't personal. Maybe the mistake you made wasn't as catastrophic as it felt. Maybe your mind reacted from habit rather than truth. This step frees you from emotional distortion. You stop carrying layers of meaning that were never real. You let the emotion shrink back to its proper size. Another part of the evening interrogation is taking responsibility without self-attack. Marcus asked himself, where did I act against my own values today? Not to shame himself, but to realign his inner compass. When you act in ways that don't match who you want to be, emotional residue forms. Integrity is not about being perfect. It's about noticing the moments you drifted and gently guiding yourself back. Ask, was there a moment today where I reacted smaller than I wanted to? Maybe you snapped at someone. Maybe you avoided a task. Maybe you doubted yourself too quickly. Recognizing this isn't meant to punish you. It lifts the heaviness from your chest because you stop carrying the unresolved tension of who you wish you had been. Then comes the question that Marcus considered essential. What did I do well today? People rarely ask themselves this. They jump straight to what went wrong, but never honor what they handled with strength. Yet, acknowledging your small victories, your patience, your effort, your resilience, removes the emotional grime that builds up from constant self-criticism. This step clears the heart. It reminds the mind that the day was not defined by mistakes. It was shaped by your endurance, your choices, and your growth. Emotional residue dissolves when gratitude replaces harshness. Marcus also examined his reactions to others. He asked, "Did I allow someone else's behavior to disturb my peace today?" Often, the residue we carry comes from interactions that felt sharp or draining. Someone's tone, someone's impatience, someone's silence. When you identify these moments, you detach your worth from them. You stop letting another person's mood infiltrate your inner world. A key part of this practice is forgiveness, not of others, but of yourself. Marcus believed that a mind weighed down by self-blame cannot rest. So he would end his reflection with acceptance. Whatever I did today, it is done. I release it. This is the final cleansing, the final exhale, the moment where the past stops intruding on the present. This practice works because it completes your emotional cycle. Instead of letting the day pile on top of you, you strip it down to its truth. You face what mattered, you release what didn't, and you soften the edges of what lingers. As the mind clears, the nervous system follows. The body stops holding old tension. The breath becomes calmer. Your inner world feels lighter, as if a weight lifted off your chest. Marcus Aurelius wasn't using this method to be wise. He used it to survive the heaviness of his own life. And if it could calm the mind of an emperor carrying the weight of an empire, it can certainly ease the weight you carry tonight. By the time you finish this quiet interrogation, the emotional residue of the day dissolves. Not because you forced it away, but because you faced it with honesty and compassion. And in that release, the night finally opens itself to rest. When the emotional residue finally loosens its grip, something deeper comes into view. Thoughts may quiet, perspectives may widen, identities may shift, but the body often holds on. It remembers what the mind forgets. It stores reactions you never processed. It carries tension you never named. It protects you long after the moment that required protection has passed. This is where the Stoics, though often known for logic and thought, offered something profoundly physical, a recognition that the mind and the body are not separate battlegrounds. They shape each other, and anxiety, no matter where it begins, always ends up in the flesh. The Stoic body scan is not about stretching or forcing relaxation. It is about discovering the exact places where worry settles. Anxiety is rarely abstract. It is a physical presence. It tightens muscles. It shortens the breath. It curls your posture inward. It sits in your stomach, your throat, your jaw. It lives in pockets of tension you've carried for so long you might mistake them for normal. But the body always tells the truth before the mind does, and learning to listen is a form of freedom. This practice begins with awareness, not control. The goal is not to relax the body on command, but to become intimate with the places where anxiety hides. When you pay attention without judgment, the body begins to soften on its own, not all at once, but enough for you to feel the weight shifting. Start with stillness. Not perfect stillness, just enough that you can sense your body without distraction. This is not meditation the way many people imagine it. It is more like turning on a light in a quiet room and looking around carefully. Begin at the top of your head. Feel the space across your scalp. Most people don't realize how often they lift their eyebrows or tighten their forehead when worrying. Notice if there is pressure or heaviness there. Not to fix it, but to recognize it. Awareness alone begins to loosen what tension has been hiding. Then move to your eyes. The muscles around them often hold exhaustion that you never consciously acknowledge. There may be a subtle squeeze, a faint burning, or a sense of weight behind them. These sensations are signs of the mind working too hard, even when you think you're resting. Shift your focus to your jaw. This is one of the most common places anxiety lives. The jaw clenches when you hold back emotions, when you try to stay composed, when you speak less than what you feel, or more than what you mean. Notice if there is tightness here. Notice if your teeth press together, if your tongue rests tensely against the roof of your mouth. These are not flaws, they are emotional footprints. Continue to your neck and the base of your skull. This area stores the weight of vigilance. When you've been alert all day, trying to solve everything, trying to prevent anything from going wrong, the neck becomes the guardian. It holds tension to keep you ready. But now, in the quiet of the night, that readiness becomes a burden. Notice how it feels: warmth, tightness, stiffness, or a dull ache. Then move to your shoulders. This is where unspoken responsibility lives. Every expectation, every obligation, every self-imposed standard presses down here. If your shoulders feel heavy, rounded or raised, it is because the body is still carrying the pressures of a day that has already ended. Shift downward into your chest. This is the space where anxiety often settles first, long before you consciously name it. A tight chest can feel like fear, or sadness, or pressure, or simply a low hum of unease. Notice how your breath moves or doesn't move through this area. If the breath feels shallow, it is because the body is protecting the heart. Not metaphorically, physically. It contracts to keep you safe. But this safety is outdated now. Move next to your stomach. The Stoics believed the gut was where emotional disturbances revealed themselves most clearly. Modern science now confirms the same. The stomach tightens from worry, churns from stress, knots from fear. Notice if it feels hollow, tense, or heavy. This is the body reacting to thoughts you may not even remember thinking. Then, bring your awareness to your hands. Anxiety often travels through the arms and settles in the fingers. A subtle trembling, a stiffness, a restlessness. Hands reveal the truth of your internal world more than people realize. Notice if they feel warm, cold, tense, or unsettled. Finally, move to your legs and feet. These areas often store the urge to escape, emotionally or mentally. When you felt stuck, trapped, or pressured, the legs tighten. When you've pushed yourself relentlessly, the feet ache with the residue of movement that outpaced your energy. The key to the Stoic body scan is that you do not try to change anything. You do not force muscle relaxation. You do not wrestle with tension. You simply notice. This is because awareness breaks the unconscious patterns that keep anxiety locked in the body. When you observe without fear, the body begins to understand that the danger is gone. The muscles loosen because the nervous system feels heard. This practice teaches a powerful lesson. Anxiety is not an enemy. It is a signal, a message, a physical echo of thoughts you may have ignored. When you locate where anxiety lives in your body, you reclaim the power to respond rather than react. You stop being a passenger inside your own tension. As you complete this slow journey through your body, something shifts, not dramatically, but deeply. The tension becomes less personal, less defining, less fused to your identity. It becomes sensation instead of suffering, and this alone can free your breath, soften your heart, and prepare your mind for true rest. The Stoics knew that the mind cannot fully calm if the body remains clenched. By learning where your anxiety lives, you give yourself the chance to release what was never meant to be carried into the night. And in that gentle release, the body begins to trust the quiet again. Once you've traced anxiety through your body and finally acknowledged the places where tension hides, the night opens into a different kind of silence. A silence that asks for acceptance. Not the passive kind, not the defeated kind. A deeper acceptance, the kind that meets reality without resistance. Because even when the body softens and the mind loosens, the heart often holds on to something else, the wish that the day had unfolded differently. This is where the Stoic principle of amor fati enters, a practice Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus and Seneca all leaned on when the world felt heavy. Amor fati means love of fate, but in practice it means something softer, more human, letting the day be exactly what it was without rewriting it, resisting it, or fighting the parts you wish you could erase. Night brings an invitation that daylight doesn't. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to perform. No more chances to change the outcome of a conversation or redo a choice. The day is already sealed, and yet the mind often clings to its own version of time. It tries to reach backward, to smooth over mistakes, to edit moments, to imagine better versions of how things should have gone. This is the silent conflict that keeps so many people awake. Not the events themselves, but the refusal to accept them as finished. Amor fati dissolves that conflict. It begins with a simple truth. The day happened exactly the way it had to happen for reasons the mind cannot yet understand. Even the parts that hurt, even the moments that confused you, even the things you wish had gone differently. The Stoics weren't asking you to pretend everything was wonderful. They were guiding you toward the freedom that comes from releasing the inner fight against reality. To practice nightly surrender, start with acknowledging the day as if it were a completed story, ink already dry. You look at the events without trying to rearrange the pieces. You let each moment stand as it was, not perfect, not terrible, just real. Ask gently, what am I still resisting from today? There is always something, a decision, a conversation, a disappointment, a mistake. The moment you name it, your grip loosens just a little. The next step is harder, but transformative. Instead of wishing the day had been different, allow yourself to whisper, this too was part of my path. You don't have to know why. You don't have to understand it. Acceptance doesn't require explanation. It only requires honesty. The Stoics believed that everything you encounter is material for your growth. Every moment teaches. Every experience shapes. Every difficulty strengthens something you will need later. This perspective turns the day from something you endured into something that contributed to you. Amor fati is not passive surrender. It is active participation in the reality you are given. It is choosing to stop fighting what has already happened so you can save your strength for what is still possible. As you reflect, let your breath follow the rhythm of release. Feel the body soften with each exhale, not because the events were easy, but because resisting them steals more life than the events themselves ever did. Another part of amor fati is letting go of blame. Blame toward yourself. Blame toward others. Blame toward circumstances. The Stoics taught that blame is a chain. It keeps you anchored to moments that have already ended. When you let go of blame, you are not excusing anything. You are simply freeing your heart from carrying something that cannot be changed. Say quietly, I release what I cannot rewrite. This is the language of freedom. In surrender, you also become aware of something comforting. The day did not break you. You survived it. You grew through it. You learned from it. Everything you experienced, everything you felt, everything that unfolded, you handled it in the only way you were able to, with the knowledge, energy, and understanding you had in that moment. That alone is enough. Nightly surrender also means trusting that if something remains unresolved, tomorrow's version of you will meet it with new strength. You do not need to solve the entire puzzle tonight. You only need to close the chapter of this day with acceptance, not resistance. When you surrender to the day as it was, rest becomes possible. The nervous system calms because it no longer feels the need to stay alert for unfinished battles. The heart softens because it no longer carries the burden of impossible demands. The mind quiets because it finally stops rewinding the past. And something else begins, a quiet gratitude hidden inside acceptance. Not gratitude for the difficulty, but gratitude for the endurance that carried you through it. Gratitude for the wisdom earned. Gratitude for the simple truth that you are still here, still learning, still becoming. Amor fati is not about loving every event. It's about loving the fact that every event shapes you into someone stronger, clearer, and more capable. When you surrender the day each night, you give yourself the gift of peace, because nothing disrupts rest more than refusing to let go of what is already over. And nothing invites deep sleep more than a heart that whispers, "Today is done, and it was enough." There's a certain softness that arrives once you've surrendered the day exactly as it was. When resistance fades, when acceptance settles in your chest, the mind becomes clearer, but not entirely free. Because there is still one weight many people carry even after everything else has been released, the invisible burden of other people's opinions, their thoughts, their judgments, their silence, their reactions, the things you replay long after the conversations have ended, the imagined criticisms, the subtle worries about how you were perceived. These are the chains that keep the mind awake long after the body is ready to rest. And it makes sense. Humans are wired to care, to belong, to be seen in a certain light. But there is a point each night where caring becomes clinging, and clinging becomes suffering. The world may go quiet, but the mind keeps asking, did they misunderstand me? Did I say too much? Did I say too little? What do they think of me now? These questions turn into restless loops if you don't take back your power before sleep. This is where the Stoics offer a form of liberation most people never learn, the art of releasing control over other people's opinions. This practice begins with a grounded truth. You cannot enter another person's mind. You cannot rewrite their beliefs. You cannot adjust their inner world to fit your comfort. And the more you try, through overthinking, rehearsing, or worrying, the more trapped you become in a reality you can never influence. Epictetus said it clearly. What other people think is not your concern. Not because it doesn't matter emotionally, but because you have no direct influence over it. The mind wastes enormous energy trying to manage perceptions it cannot touch. Night is the perfect moment to let go of this impossible job. Start by acknowledging what you're holding, not the story, just the feeling. A tightness in the chest after a comment, a small sting from someone's tone, a lingering uncertainty from someone's silence. These sensations are signals that you are still trying to monitor someone else's inner world. Then gently remind yourself, their thoughts belong to them, not to me. This shifts the weight back where it belongs. The next step is understanding that people's opinions are reflections of their own experiences, fears, hopes, biases, and histories. not reflections of your worth. No one sees you objectively. They see you through the lens of their own mind, and that lens is shaped by their past, not your identity. When you internalize this, something releases inside you. You stop treating their opinions like personal verdicts and start seeing them as passing interpretations. Before sleep, another powerful realization emerges. Most people are not thinking about you as much as you fear. They are thinking about themselves, their day, their anxieties, their insecurities. The mind exaggerates how much space you occupy in other people's thoughts. When you see this clearly, the intensity of your worry dissolves. A helpful Stoic practice is shifting the question. Instead of asking, "What do they think of me?" ask, "Did I act according to my values today?" This is where your power lives. If your actions were honest, respectful, grounded, and aligned with your character, then you have already fulfilled your part. The rest is out of your hands. And if there were moments you drifted, you can correct them tomorrow, not by obsessing, but by adjusting your behavior with intention. Releasing control over opinions also means letting go of the silent performance you carry. The effort to manage impressions, to appear a certain way, to be liked, understood, admired, or approved of. Trying to be everything to everyone fractures your peace. The Stoics remind you that you can choose integrity over approval, authenticity over performance, truth over pretense. Before sleep, ask yourself, whose opinion am I still carrying? Name the person, name the moment, feel the weight of it, and then ask, why am I giving them this power over my rest? That question alone shifts everything. Sleep becomes more important than someone's passing judgment. Peace becomes more valuable than imagined criticism. Another part of this practice is releasing the urge to correct what cannot be corrected before morning. If something needs to be clarified, you can address it tomorrow. If someone misunderstood you, you can speak again. If a relationship needs adjustment, daylight will offer clearer thinking. But tonight is not the moment for mental bargaining or silent arguments. Tonight is for letting go. You might say quietly to yourself, I return their thoughts to them. I return my energy to myself. This creates a boundary, firm yet peaceful. The final step is remembering this. Your worth is not created by perception. It exists independent of praise or criticism. The Stoics believed that character, not reputation, is the true measure of a person. Reputation lives in the minds of others. Character lives in you, and only one of those is within your control. As this truth settles, the nervous system relaxes, the heart lightens, the mind stops seeking an audience for its fear. You realize that rest does not require approval, it requires release. And as you let go of other people's opinions, the night finally feels like your own again, spacious, quiet, and free. When you finally release the weight of other people's opinions, a deeper quiet starts to form inside you, a quiet that feels like soft ground for the first time in hours. But even in this quiet, one kind of worry often survives longer than the rest. The practical kind, the heavy kind, the kind that sits in the stomach like a stone, financial worry. Money fear is different from other fears. It doesn't shout, it whispers. It whispers questions the night can't answer. Will there be enough? What if something goes wrong? What if the future asks more of me than I can give? These thoughts have a sharp edge because they touch survival, stability, safety. And unlike emotional fears, financial worry can follow you even when life is going well. The mind always imagines what could happen. This is why Seneca created one of the most surprising and powerful Stoic tools for dissolving financial anxiety: imagined poverty. At first glance, this sounds harsh. It sounds like adding fear, not removing it. But Seneca's method wasn't about suffering, it was about liberation. He understood that financial fear comes from imagining how unbearable it would be to lose what you have. The fear grows from the belief that you could not survive a reversal. So he created an exercise that directly dismantles that belief. The method begins with a simple shift. Instead of running away from the idea of losing comfort, you turn toward it. Not dramatically, not obsessively, gently. You explore the worst-case scenario, not to frighten yourself, but to see that even the worst is survivable. Because it's not money itself that keeps people awake at night. It's the terror of losing it. Seneca wrote that the fear of poverty is often worse than poverty itself. The first step of this practice is awareness. Notice what financial fear feels like inside your body. The tightness, the buzzing, the pressure behind your ribs. This physical response is your mind imagining disaster. The goal is to interrupt this cycle by facing the imagined outcome intentionally, instead of letting it ambush you. Begin by asking yourself, what exactly am I afraid of losing? Most people say money, but the truth is softer: stability, comfort, dignity, control. Once you identify the real fear, it becomes easier to work with. Seneca's practice then asks you to mentally strip life down to its essentials. You don't visualize suffering, you visualize simplicity. You picture yourself living with the basics: food, shelter, clothing, all enough to survive but without luxury or excess. You picture yourself enduring temporary discomfort, not permanent doom. You picture the world not ending but simply changing shape. And as you do this, something remarkable happens. Your body calms, because the fear you ran from begins to shrink when seen clearly. You realize that even with less, life continues. You realize you are stronger than your anxiety imagined. You realize the human spirit adapts faster than fear predicts. Seneca practiced this mentally so often that he became immune to the fear of financial loss. Not because he didn't care about stability, he cared deeply, but because he removed the illusion that his survival depended on comfort. The second part of imagined poverty is understanding the difference between need and fear. Needs are simple: food, water, shelter, warmth. Fear is dramatic: disaster, humiliation, collapse. Most financial anxiety is fear pretending to be need. When you reduce life to its essentials, you see how much you can do without. You recognize the difference between inconvenience and catastrophe. And once your mind understands this difference, nightly panic loses its leverage. The next step is recognizing your capability. The mind often forgets its own strength when fear takes over. But think of your life. How many setbacks you've survived, how many unexpected turns you navigated, how many times you thought you wouldn't make it, yet you did. Imagined poverty reminds you that you have the ability to rebuild, adapt, and find solutions even in difficult situations. This recognition dissolves financial fear at its root, not by increasing security, but by increasing self-trust. Another layer of this practice is gratitude, not for wealth, but for sufficiency. When you see how little is truly required to continue living, gratitude becomes easier. You stop measuring abundance by comparison and begin measuring it by resilience. This shift quiets the mind. It removes the panic that arises from wanting more and replaces it with the calm that comes from recognizing enough. Finally, Seneca's technique invites a simple question before sleep. If tomorrow stripped away everything extra, would I still endure? The honest answer is yes. Not effortlessly, not joyfully, but yes. And that yes becomes a shield against nightly panic. You don't silence financial worry by pretending everything will always stay the same. You silence it by knowing you can handle the times when things change. As this truth settles, fear loosens. The stomach softens. The breath deepens. The mind no longer spirals into imagined disasters. Because now you understand what Seneca discovered. Financial fear is loud only when you forget your own strength. And once you remember it, the night becomes peaceful again. When you understand that even financial loss cannot break the core of who you are, something within you settles. A deeper steadiness begins to form, not loud, not dramatic, but undeniably present. And from that steadiness rises another obstacle, the fear of tomorrow. Not tomorrow as a concept, but tomorrow as a threat. The mind begins to whisper possibilities, and not the hopeful kind. It imagines everything that could go wrong, everything that might unfold badly, everything you might not be ready for. This fear is ancient. It comes from a mind that tries to protect you by predicting danger. But when prediction turns into obsession, fear becomes heavier than any real challenge. The Stoics knew this problem well, and they developed a counterintuitive method to dissolve it: the rehearsal of worst-case scenarios. At first, this sounds like feeding anxiety, but the purpose is the opposite. Anxiety thrives on avoiding fear. It grows stronger when you refuse to look at it directly. But when you turn toward the fear with calm curiosity, the mind realizes that the monster it created is only a shadow. The Stoic rehearsal is not about scaring yourself. It is about breaking fear's illusion of power. The practice begins by recognizing the specific fear that is trying to follow you into sleep. The mind rarely fears tomorrow in general. It fears something in tomorrow: a conversation, a task, a responsibility, a possibility. Name the fear clearly. When you give it a shape, it stops lurking in the dark. Then comes the heart of the exercise. You allow your mind to walk calmly into the worst version of that scenario. Not dramatically, not catastrophically, simply truthfully. You ask, if the worst thing happened tomorrow, what would actually unfold? Fear likes to hint at disaster, but rarely gives details. When you look directly at the worst-case scenario, you interrupt the emotional exaggeration. If tomorrow brings failure, you face it. If tomorrow brings discomfort, you face it. If tomorrow brings embarrassment, you face it. If tomorrow brings loss, you face it. And as you walk through it, something unexpected happens. You begin to see your ability to endure. This is the real power of the technique. When anxiety imagines the worst, it forgets one crucial detail. You will not face it powerless. Anxiety imagines the situation, but removes your strength from the picture. It creates a story where you are overwhelmed and helpless. The Stoics put you back into the story. Ask yourself, if the worst thing happened, how would I respond? Not perfectly, not calmly, just realistically. You would adapt. You would reach out for help. You would problem solve. You would adjust your path. You would continue. When you see this clearly, fear loses its authority. The nervous system settles because it now knows that even the worst outcome is survivable. Fear is only paralyzing when the mind forgets its own strength. Another layer of this practice is shrinking the imagined disaster. The mind tends to exaggerate. It multiplies consequences. It paints vivid spirals. But when you examine the worst-case scenario logically, you begin to see the truth. Most worst-case outcomes are unpleasant, not deadly, embarrassing, not defining, inconvenient, not life-ending. The Stoics taught that emotional suffering comes not from the event, but from the imagined permanence of the event. But almost nothing in life is truly permanent, including pain. Once you recognize this, tomorrow feels less like a threat and more like a challenge you can meet. Another powerful part of this technique is preparing, not out of fear, but out of calm. The Stoics believed that facing the worst in your mind reduces its emotional charge, so that if a challenge does arise, you enter it with composure instead of panic. You no longer fear being blindsided. You are mentally fortified. This does not mean expecting the worst. It means not fearing it. A helpful question to ask yourself is, what part of this fear is based on imagination, and what part is based on fact? Often, 90% is imagination. Fear fills in gaps with shadows. When you separate the real from the imagined, the mind becomes clearer. Another question, has a similar fear ever come true in the past? And if it did I survive it? Chances are you did. And you learned, and you grew. The Stoics wanted you to remember that resilience is a skill you've already proven many times. As the mind rehearses the worst with honesty, not panic, a remarkable shift occurs. The worst no longer feels threatening. It becomes understandable, containable, navigable. The body relaxes because it no longer senses hidden danger. The breath deepens because the future stops feeling like a cliff. The mind softens because tomorrow loses its sharp edges. The final step of the Stoic rehearsal is perhaps the most important. After exploring the worst, return to the present with this truth. No matter what tomorrow holds, you will meet it as the person you have become tonight. Clearer, stronger, more grounded, more aware. The practice is not about promoting fear. It is about dissolving its power through understanding. Once you face the shadow directly, it stops haunting the edge of your awareness. Fear of tomorrow fades not because tomorrow changes, but because you do. And with that shift, the night becomes gentle again, free from imagined battles waiting in the morning light. By the time you've walked through the rehearsal of worst-case scenarios, something subtle shifts deep inside you. The mind stops running from shadows. The heart stops tightening at the thought of tomorrow. But there is still a final layer you must face before the night can truly open into rest. A layer so old, so instinctive, that most people never question it. It's the habit of trying to mentally hold everything at once. Problems, responsibilities, conversations, fears, predictions, other people's moods, the future, the past, things that belong to you and things that never did. This is where the Stoics offered the most practical tool of all, the nightly dichotomy of control ritual. It may be simple, but its impact is profound. It teaches the mind to sort the entire world into two clean categories: what is yours to carry and what is not. And this sorting, done sincerely before sleep, releases a massive amount of tension you didn't even realize you were gripping. Because exhaustion doesn't come from effort alone. It comes from carrying what was never yours. This ritual begins with a quiet pause, a few seconds where you let the day settle inside you, not to analyze it, not to judge it, just to feel what is still clinging to your attention. Then you ask yourself the central question: What from today is mine to hold, and just as important, what from today was never mine in the first place. The mind rarely makes this distinction on its own. It pulls everything inward as if everything depends on you. Someone's reaction, someone's tone, someone's expectation, the weather, the news, the economy, the choices of people you cannot change, the opinions you cannot shape. These things hijack your peace because you haven't laid them where they belong, outside your sphere of control. Start with the first category, the things that are yours, your choices, your actions, your attitude, how you treated someone, how you responded to difficulty. These are the only pieces of life the Stoics said you fully govern, not outcomes but effort, not external events but internal direction. Acknowledging this brings clarity. You no longer drown in the limitless. You anchor yourself in the small, solid territory of what is personal and real. If something needs improvement, you can adjust tomorrow. If something needs gratitude, you can honor it now. If something needs closure, you can safely place it into tomorrow's hands. But you stop trying to rewrite the world. Then comes the second category, the things not under your control. This is where freedom begins. Every time you felt responsible for someone else's feelings, every time you tried to predict what you couldn't possibly know, every time you replayed conversations to manage someone's perception, every time you held future outcomes as if you could force them into place, every time you tried to mentally manipulate the uncontrollable, all of this belongs here. Place them gently on the mental table in front of you, one by one. Not as burdens, but as objects that need to be returned to reality. You do not throw them away, you simply acknowledge that they never obeyed your influence to begin with. You might say quietly to yourself, "This is not mine. This is outside my control. This does not belong in my hands." This phrase becomes a release valve. The nervous system loosens its grip, the chest opens, the breath softens, because finally the mind is no longer responsible for the entire world. The dichotomy of control is not about detachment, it is about alignment. Aligning your energy with what responds to your effort, and removing your energy from what ignores it. The practice teaches you that peace is not found by solving everything, but by sorting everything. A powerful part of this ritual is naming the specific things you're keeping by accident, the things you picked up out of habit, the things you held out of fear, the things you carried because no one taught you to set them down. Maybe it's someone's disappointment. Maybe it's someone else's stress. Maybe it's an outcome you can't control. Maybe it's a situation that will unfold without your permission. Maybe it's a past event that cannot be undone. Maybe it's a future possibility that hasn't even happened. Name each one. Place it outside your circle. The mind respects boundaries when you draw them with clarity. This separation softens the weight in your body. You begin to feel lighter, not because life changed, but because your sense of responsibility did. Your world becomes manageable again. A crucial part of the ritual is remembering this truth. What is not in your control is never your failure, never your fault, never your burden. This is the part the mind forgets most. It treats uncontrollable events as personal shortcomings. The Stoics taught that emotional suffering comes from expecting control where control is impossible. When you let go of this expectation, you reclaim your peace. Close the ritual with these words, or something like them. I release what is not mine. I rest with what is. This settles the mind into the present moment, its safest place. As this truth sinks in, tomorrow stops feeling like a threat. Tonight stops feeling like a battlefield. The world becomes softer, because you are no longer holding all of it at once. And in that softness, the body finally understands. You have done enough. You have carried enough. You can rest now. Once you've separated what is yours from what isn't, a deep stillness begins to take shape inside you, a stillness born from clarity, not escape. But even in that stillness, there remains a certain kind of fear that refuses to bow so easily. The fear not of tasks, not of opinions, not of mistakes, but of tomorrow itself. The unknown, the unfolding, the parts of life that sit beyond your reach, waiting in silence. These fears live in the mind's deepest corners, and they rise strongest at night, when everything else has gone quiet. This is where the Stoics turned to one of their most misunderstood but most powerful tools, memento mori. Remember, you must die. At first glance, it sounds dark, heavy, even unsettling. But the Stoics used this reminder not to frighten themselves, but to free themselves. They understood something most people never dare to face. Anxiety grows in proportion to how tightly you cling to the illusion of endless time. When you forget the fragility of life, tomorrow becomes a monster. But when you remember that life is finite, tomorrow loses its power to intimidate. Memento mori is not about death. It's about living. It's about perspective. It's about prioritizing what matters and releasing what doesn't. And at night, when the mind tries to turn small problems into overwhelming threats, this tool becomes a shield. The practice begins simply. You sit with the quiet truth that life is temporary, not in a tragic way, but in a clarifying way. You acknowledge that your time is limited, and because of that, many of the things you fear about tomorrow shrink instantly. You start to see what actually deserves your energy, and what doesn't deserve another second of your night. Start with a question the Stoics often used. If my time were shorter than I think, would this fear still matter? Let the question land softly, not to dismiss your problems, but to reveal their true size. Suddenly, the email you dread answering loses its intensity. The awkward moment replaying in your mind becomes insignificant. The financial worry shrinks from catastrophe to a solvable challenge. The fear of judgment becomes almost laughable. Arguments lose their sting. Perfection loses its grip. Memento mori forces the mind to zoom out, to step beyond the narrow tunnel of worry and return to the wider truth of life. Another step in the practice is recognizing that tomorrow is not guaranteed. Not in a depressing way, but in a liberating one. When you accept this, you stop giving future problems so much authority over your present peace. The mind realizes that worrying about a day you may not even reach is one of the most unnecessary forms of suffering. This isn't denial, it's wisdom. It's redirecting your limited time towards something more meaningful than rehearsing fears. Let yourself reflect gently. If tomorrow were my last, how would I want to spend this moment before sleep? Would you want to lie awake worrying about tasks? Would you want to replay arguments? Would you want to hold tension in your chest? Would you want to obsess over outcomes? Or would you want peace, presence, connection, stillness, gratitude? The answer becomes obvious, and with that clarity, the mind begins to let go. A powerful part of memento mori is the realization that life is shaped not by fear of the future, but by the way you respond to the present. When you remember that your time is limited, you automatically return to the moment in front of you, the only one you ever truly control. This dissolves anxiety because anxiety lives in the future, but presence lives in the now. Another pillar of this practice is accepting your humanity. You are not a machine built to control every outcome. You are a living being with a finite lifetime. And because of that, you deserve nights spent resting, not nights spent wrestling with what hasn't happened yet. Memento Mori invites you to release the pressure to perfect tomorrow, to release the need to predict it, to release the fantasy of total control, and instead to honor the life you have right now. Ask yourself, if I only had one more sunrise, would I want its eve to feel like this? This question isn't meant to scare you, it's meant to free you from the grip of imagined futures. It pulls you out of fear and into appreciation. It reminds you that life, even with its problems, is still something precious, and that realization softens everything. Problems lose their claws when held against the truth of your mortality. The mind stops exaggerating, the heart stops tightening, the breath flows deeper. You stop living in future disasters and return to the simplicity of tonight. Another layer of this practice is gratitude, not forced gratitude, not performative gratitude, but the quiet kind, the kind that arises naturally when you remember that nothing is guaranteed. Gratitude for breath, gratitude for shelter, gratitude for survival, gratitude for one more night to rest and renew. This gratitude doesn't erase problems, but it places them in their rightful place, beneath the larger, richer truth of your existence. The final step of the nightly Memento Mori ritual is acceptance. Acceptance that tomorrow is unknown. Acceptance that you will meet it with the strength you have. Acceptance that perfection is not required. Acceptance that fear does not need to be solved, it needs to be softened. You end with a thought like this: life is brief, tonight is precious, I choose peace over fear. And with that, the grip of tomorrow loosens. The anxiety quiets, the mind stops racing toward imagined futures, the body settles into the present. And in this presence, sleep becomes not a struggle, but a surrender into the simple beauty of being alive for one more night. After the clarity of Memento Mori settles into your chest and the weight of tomorrow loosens its grip, the night reveals one final trick of the mind, one that has kept countless people awake long after their bodies were ready to surrender. It is the quiet, persistent belief that every thought that appears in the dark must be true. The mind becomes a projector, and every image it casts feels real. Every worry feels like a warning. Every memory feels like a judgment. Every prediction feels like a prophecy. This is where the Stoics introduced one of their most liberating practices, the discipline of assent. Assent is the simple act of deciding whether a thought deserves your agreement, or whether it should be allowed to pass through the mind like a cloud drifting across the night sky. It is the understanding that your mind produces thoughts automatically, but you are not required to adopt them, believe them, or bend under their weight. This discipline becomes essential at night because nighttime thoughts are rarely rational. They are amplified by silence, magnified by fatigue, and distorted by the absence of daylight perspective. The mind, tired and unguarded, generates fears that feel sharper than they truly are. The Stoics knew this, and they warned, "Do not give instant assent." Meaning, don't swallow every thought simply because it appeared. The practice begins with a shift so subtle you might miss it. When a thought arises, any thought, you pause. You don't fight it, you don't chase it. You simply ask, is this thought true, or is it just loud? Most nightly thoughts are loud, not true. You might feel a sudden fear about something small, and the mind declares it a catastrophe. You might remember a moment from years ago, and the mind insists it defines you. You might feel a bit of stress in your body, and the mind whispers that something is terribly wrong. The discipline of assent interrupts this automatic obedience. It teaches you to stand at the gate of your mind and choose which thoughts may enter. Start by noticing the tone of the thought. Fear has a certain texture. Worry has a certain speed. Self-criticism has a certain sharpness. These tones reveal the thought's true nature, not truth, but habit. Next, ask, what is the thought asking me to believe about myself or my future? If the thought suggests you are weak, inadequate, doomed, unsafe, or alone, pause again. Those are not truths. They are emotional echoes, remnants of earlier moments when fear spoke louder than wisdom. Then ask, is this thought helpful? A helpful thought guides. A harmful thought agitates. A neutral thought simply passes. Most nighttime thoughts are not helpful. They stir emotion without offering solutions. The Stoics taught that the mind produces impressions, but impressions are not facts. They are guesses, interpretations, reflexes shaped by habit and memory. When you automatically agree with them, suffering begins. A powerful part of this practice is labeling the thought without becoming the thought. For example, this is a fear thought. This is a memory thought. This is a prediction thought. This is a guilt thought. This is an exaggeration thought. Labels create distance. Distance creates freedom. Freedom allows calm to return. Another technique is asking, if someone I love had this thought, would I tell them to believe it? The answer is almost always no. We are far more discerning with other people's thoughts than our own. The discipline of assent teaches you to offer yourself that same clarity. You also remind yourself that tired minds lie, anxious minds distort, lonely minds dramatize, nighttime minds overreact. Understanding this softens the impact of every thought that rises. Another crucial part of the discipline is noticing the physical trigger behind certain thoughts. If your heart beats a little faster, the mind will create thoughts to explain it, usually fearful ones. If you feel tension in the chest, the mind may assume danger. If your stomach tightens, the mind may predict disaster. But the sensations are often just residue from the day, not signals of crisis. Assent means checking the thought rather than trusting the sensation's interpretation. One question becomes incredibly grounding. Does this thought require action right now? The answer, especially at night, is almost always no. This allows the mind to release urgency, the fuel of fear. Another question, will this thought matter in 1 week, 1 month, 1 year? Most nightly worries lose their importance when placed against time. The mind shrinks the horizon at night, making everything feel immediate. Expanding the horizon dissolves the illusion. Finally, the discipline of assent rests on one profound truth. You are not your thoughts. You are the observer of them, the witness, the chooser, the one who decides which thoughts shape your inner world and which ones pass unclaimed. When you practice this at night, something shifts. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer command you. They lose their authority. They soften. They drift. They become background noise instead of inner storms. You realize that peace is not about stopping thoughts. It's about refusing to bow to the ones that do not deserve your belief. And with that clarity, the night becomes safe again. The mind loosens. The body unwinds. Your inner world becomes spacious enough for rest to enter. Not because the thoughts disappeared, but because you finally remembered you do not have to believe every single one. By the time you've learned not to obey every thought that rises in the dark, something inside you begins to unclench. The mind stops chasing its own shadows. The heart stops bracing for impact. But even with all this clarity, there remains a deeper struggle, the tug-of-war between your racing thoughts and the quiet part of you that wants peace. Overthinking doesn't disappear just because you recognize its illusions. Sometimes it lingers like background noise, humming beneath every breath, refusing to quiet down even when you've reasoned with it. This is where the Stoic concept of logos enters, not as philosophy, not as theory, but as a lullaby for a restless mind. To the Stoics, logos was the hidden harmony behind everything, the quiet intelligence woven through nature, through events, through the timing of your life. Not fate in a rigid sense, but a gentle order, a reason why things unfold the way they do, even when your limited perspective can't yet understand it. Logos is the idea that the universe is not chaos, it is coherence. You may not control its rhythm, but you can rest inside it. At night, when your mind tries to solve everything at once, Logos becomes the soothing reminder that life does not depend on the frantic calculations of your thoughts. It reminds you that you are part of something larger, something steady, something that has carried humanity long before your worries existed and will continue long after they fade. This concept begins with a simple shift, trusting that you do not have to hold the universe together with your mind. When you lie awake replaying conversations, anticipating problems, or trying to engineer the perfect outcome for tomorrow, your mind is acting as if chaos will erupt unless you mentally prepare for every scenario. But Logos whispers a gentler truth. Life has its own intelligence. Events unfold through patterns far larger than your control. You can act with intention when the moment arrives, but you do not need to live tomorrow's moments tonight. This trust is the lullaby. Start by feeling the weight of your body resting where you are. Notice how the ground holds you without effort. The world continues even when you release control. Your breath flows in and out without your command. Your heart beats without your supervision. Life is happening with you, not because of you. This is Logos, not a belief, but a rhythm. As you breathe, feel the truth that the universe is not asking you to figure everything out. It is asking you to align with it, to participate, to meet each moment as it comes, not all at once in the middle of the night. A powerful part of this practice is realizing that you are a thread in a vast tapestry. Your life is woven into countless events, people, choices, and timing that you cannot see from your limited vantage point. Overthinking tries to force the pattern. Logos invites you to trust it. Ask yourself softly, can I let the world move without my constant interference? You will feel something inside you begin to loosen. Another aspect of Logos is the understanding that nature tends toward balance. Storms end, tension releases, problems shift into solutions. The mind forgets this at night because it feels isolated from the broader flow of life. But when you return to Logos, you remember that the world is not a random storm. You are surrounded by patterns that have been steady for millennia. This realization allows your thoughts to stop sprinting. They slow, they soften, they breathe. You can even speak to yourself in the tone of Logos. I don't need to know everything tonight. Life will show me what I need to know when the time comes. This is not avoidance. It is alignment. Logos also teaches patience, not passive waiting, but trust in timing. The Stoics believed that some truths, solutions, and insights only reveal themselves when the mind is rested. Overthinking tries to force wisdom through sheer effort. Logos lets wisdom rise on its own when clarity returns. A helpful practice is repeating a simple phrase as you breathe. There is order here, even if I cannot see it. This thought creates a soothing spaciousness inside your mind. The nervous system relaxes. The jaw softens. The forehead releases. Because the struggle to control everything is no longer needed. Logos becomes a lullaby because it shifts your identity from the frantic thinker to the quiet participant. You no longer feel like the architect of every outcome. You become someone who moves with life instead of against it. Someone who trusts that the world is not designed to collapse the moment you stop worrying. Another layer of this practice is acknowledging that overthinking is often a sign of mistrust, not in the world, but in yourself. Logos reminds you that you are capable, you are adaptable, you are more resilient than your anxious thoughts claim. You have met countless moments without rehearsing them. You will meet tomorrow the same way, with presence, not panic. Let yourself reflect. If there is a deeper order to life, can I allow it to carry some of the weight I've been holding? You may feel an almost physical release, like the exhale you didn't realize you were holding. The final part of using Logos at night is surrender, not defeat. Surrender to the rhythm of nature, to the truth that rest is productive, that sleep is wisdom, that the world continues turning whether your mind is racing or resting. When you let Logos cradle your overthinking mind, thoughts stop feeling like emergencies. They become background murmurs instead of alarms. You drift from tension to calmness, from grasping to allowing, from mental noise to quiet acceptance. And slowly, gently, the night becomes a place of peace again, not because your thoughts vanished, but because you stopped believing they were responsible for keeping the world together. When the quiet hum of Logos finally softens the mind, and you begin to feel the rhythm of something larger carrying you, the night becomes gentler, but not completely silent. Because even with trust, even with perspective, even with the discipline to choose which thoughts deserve assent, there's another trap the mind slips into without warning. Excess. Not excess in action, but in thinking. Nighttime magnifies everything. A small emotion expands. A minor worry becomes a looming threat. A passing thought becomes a full story. A quiet feeling becomes a tidal wave. This is why the Stoics placed so much importance on moderation, not just in food or pleasure or ambition, but in thinking itself, especially after sunset. They understood that nighttime thinking is rarely balanced. It leans toward extremes because the day's structure is gone, and with it, the mind's natural boundaries. Marcus Aurelius warned that the mind should be held gently but firmly at night, kept from drifting into emotional excess that drains strength and distorts truth. Moderation in evening thinking is not about suppressing emotions. It's about protecting yourself from drowning in them. This practice begins with recognizing how the night shapes your perception. The world is quiet. Your body is tired. Your energy is lower. Your brain has processed an entire day of stimuli. In that state, emotions do not arrive at their true size. They arrive swollen, stretched by fatigue, colored by vulnerability. The Stoics saw this clearly, and their solution was simple but transformative. Treat evening emotions as temporary visitors, not authorities. Start by acknowledging the time of day. Say silently, "It's night. My mind is tired. My feelings are louder than they truly are." This awareness alone instantly reduces the intensity of whatever you're thinking. It doesn't dismiss your emotions, it places them in context. A tired mind interprets everything more dramatically. Realizing this brings balance. The next part of moderation is slowing your thoughts. Not stopping them, slowing them. An unmoderated mind jumps from worry to memory, from memory to regret, from regret to fear, from fear to prediction. And suddenly you're far from the original feeling, lost in a maze the night built around you. Moderation asks you to pause. Bring your thoughts back to the first feeling, not the 10th thought it generated. If you feel sadness, stay with sadness, not the stories sadness tries to tell. If you feel fear, stay with fear, not the endless catastrophes fear invents. If you feel uncertainty, stay with uncertainty, not the imagined failures that follow. You keep the emotion at its true size. You prevent it from multiplying. Another part of moderation is recognizing emotional exaggeration. At night, one mistake feels like a flaw. One awkward moment feels like a failure. One unknown feels like doom. One stress feels like collapse. Ask yourself softly, is this emotion reacting to the moment or reacting to the hour? Most evening emotions are reactions to exhaustion, not to truth. The Stoics called moderation a virtue because it protects both the mind and the heart. Without moderation, the mind becomes a floodplain, spread thin, overwhelmed by water that was never meant to rise so high. With moderation, the mind becomes a river, steady, contained, flowing smoothly. Another layer of this practice is redirecting emotional excess into physical grounding. When the mind becomes too loud, bring your attention to your breath. When your breath becomes shallow, slow it down gently. When your heart beats faster, place a hand over your chest. These small actions prevent mental escalation. They remind the nervous system that you are safe. Moderation also means knowing when not to dive deeper. Night is not the time for life evaluations, relationship autopsies, or existential debates. The tired mind cannot produce clarity. It can only produce intensity. So when a heavy thought tries to pull you downward, moderation tells you, not now. Tomorrow with a clear mind. This is not avoidance. It is wisdom. The Stoics believed that decisions made when the mind is fatigued are rarely good decisions. Moderation protects you from emotional overreach. A powerful part of this practice is limiting the imagination. At night, imagination stops being creativity and becomes fear. The Stoics understood imagination as a tool, but a dangerous one when used without balance. Moderation reins it in. Instead of letting your imagination create 10 versions of tomorrow's problems, bring your attention back to the present sensations in your body, back to the quiet room, back to the softness of your breath, back to the truth that nothing needs to be solved at this hour. Moderation in evening thinking also requires gentleness with yourself. If you catch yourself spiraling, don't judge it. If you feel overwhelmed, don't shame yourself. If emotions intensify, don't assume you're weak. A tired mind magnifies everything. A gentle mind corrects it. Moderation is the art of holding yourself steady when the night tries to stretch your emotions beyond their natural shape. The final step of this practice is this simple sentence: I will not make decisions based on nighttime emotions. Say it to yourself softly. Let it land. Let it create a boundary. Nighttime emotions are messengers, not mandates. They speak loudly, but they do not speak truthfully. They rise, they swell, they fade.
With moderation, you stop fearing them. You stop believing their exaggerations.
You stop letting them dictate your actions, and in their quieting, the night becomes peaceful again, not because your emotions disappeared, but because they return to their rightful size. When you learn to moderate your evening thoughts and prevent your emotions from expanding beyond what is real, the night becomes quieter, but it still needs one final anchor. Because even when your fears shrink, even when your worries soften, even when you understand that nighttime feelings are exaggerated, the mind still has a tendency to drift. It wanders into memories, into predictions, into rehearsed conversations, into imagined futures. This drifting is gentle, but it pulls you away from the one place where rest actually happens, the present moment. The Stoics had a word for this essential grounding discipline: prosoche. Prosoche means attention, not in the modern sense of focus or concentration, but in the deeper sense of awareness without drift. It is the ability to keep your mind where your body is, especially when it wants to wander elsewhere. Marcus Aurelius practiced prosoche constantly. Epictetus said it was the foundation of all peace. And before bed, it becomes a kind of homecoming, returning to the moment your thoughts had abandoned. This practice begins with the recognition that most of your suffering at night comes not from the moment you are in, but from the moments you are imagining. The present is rarely painful. The present is neutral, still, safe. It's the places your mind visits that carry fear. Prosoche is the art of returning. You start by noticing when your mind slips away. Noticing, not judging. A mind that wanders is not broken. It is human. The problem is not the wandering itself, but forgetting that you can choose to return. So the first step is awareness. Where is my mind right now? If it's in tomorrow, gently guide it back. If it's in the past, guide it back. If it's in a fantasy, guide it back. If it's in a fear, guide it back. Not with force, with companionship. Prosoche is not discipline through tightening. It's discipline through presence. The next layer of the practice is grounding in simple sensations. Your breath, the weight of your body, the feeling of your chest rising and falling, the warmth of your hands, the softness of the blanket around you, the stillness of the room. These are not distractions, they are anchors. The Stoics believed that the body is a doorway to the present when the mind refuses to stay. Place one hand on your chest or stomach. Feel the slow rise beneath your palm. Feel the warmth. Feel the rhythm. This reminds the mind, you are here. And here is safe. Here is quiet. Here is yours. Another part of prosoche is using gentle, grounding statements that pull your attention back into reality. Simple phrases like, this moment is enough. I'm in my bed. I'm okay. Right now, nothing is wrong. Right now, I can rest. These phrases create a soft boundary around your awareness, a circle of calm around the present moment. Prosoche also teaches you to see thoughts without entering their world. A thought appears, you acknowledge it, and you return. Like watching a boat move down a river without climbing inside. Many people treat the present moment as something that must be achieved, but the Stoics saw it differently. They understood that you are always in the present. You simply forget to notice. Prosoche is the act of noticing again. Another layer of this practice is sensory awareness. Listen for the quiet sounds around you. The soft hum of the night. The faint movement of air. The silence between breaths. Your senses are rooted in the present moment. They cannot follow your thoughts into the past or the future. When you feel unsteady, return to the senses and let them guide you back to now. A powerful part of prososhe before bed is releasing the urge to anticipate. Anticipation is the enemy of presence. It keeps the mind reaching forward, rehearsing, planning, worrying. Ask yourself gently, is anything required of me right now? The answer is always no. Not at this hour, not in this moment. This realization brings relief that spreads across the body like warmth. Another important part of prososhe is recognizing that most of your strength lives in the present. The future feels overwhelming only because you're projecting it onto a tired mind. But in the present moment, you have everything you need: breath, awareness, stability. Fear disappears when it can't pull you into the next hour, the next day, the next imagined scenario. Epictetus taught that peace is found when the mind is where the body is. Not in the future, not in the past, here. Before sleep, prososhe becomes the bridge into rest. As you return to the present over and over, your thoughts slow. Your breath deepens naturally. Your muscles loosen without effort. The mind stops leaning forward. The present moment holds you, like a quiet room with open windows, like a gentle tide returning to shore, like a soft hand resting on your heart. Prososhe doesn't force sleep. It invites it. It creates the conditions where rest becomes inevitable. And as you settle into the moment you're actually living, not the ones imagined, you discover something the Stoics knew all along. The present is never as frightening as the mind's stories, and it is always enough. When your attention finally returns to the present moment and your mind begins to settle into the quiet rhythm of your breath, something interesting happens. You become aware of the silence around you, the kind of silence that only appears at night, when the world goes dim, when responsibilities pause, when the noise of the day dissolves into stillness. And for many people, this silence is not comforting. It is unsettling. It feels like a doorway into overthinking, as if the mind doesn't know what to do when the world stops speaking. But the Stoics saw nighttime silence very differently. They treated it not as a trigger, but as a teacher. Silence to them was not empty. It was revealing. It showed you what your mind does when there is nothing left to distract it. It showed you what thoughts rise naturally without noise to drown them out. It showed you where your attention goes when nothing else pulls it. The silence wasn't the enemy, it was the mirror. This shift is what transforms nighttime quiet from something you fear into something that frees you. Because the silence isn't hurting you. It's showing you what you've been carrying. The practice begins with acknowledging your instinctive reaction to the quiet. Notice whether it feels comforting, uncomfortable, or uncertain. Notice if your mind starts searching for noise, mental or physical, to fill it. Notice if thoughts rush in the moment the world grows still. This awareness is important because it reveals your relationship with silence, not silence itself. Silence is neutral. Your reaction to it is learned. The Stoics believed that silence teaches you what distractions normally hide. During the day, noise disguises your inner world. Activity blurs the edges of your emotions. Responsibilities keep you from noticing the deeper layers of your thoughts. But at night, silence removes those layers. And what rises is what needs your attention, not your fear. Instead of treating silence as a threat, the Stoics invite you to treat it as a guide. Start with this thought. Silence is not an empty space. It is a space where truth becomes audible. Let that thought sit in your chest for a moment. It changes something inside you. It shifts you from resisting the quiet to working with it. Next, pay attention to what silence reveals. Not to engage with it, not to analyze it, just to observe. Does the silence uncover tiredness you ignored all day? Does it bring forward emotions you pushed aside? Does it show you the weight you've been carrying in your chest? Does it reveal a longing, a fear, an insight? Nothing rises to hurt you. Everything rises to be seen. Silence is a gentle spotlight, not a threat. Another part of Stoic reframing is recognizing that silence strips away exaggeration. During the day, noise keeps your emotions reactive, but in the quiet of night, feelings show their true size. Not as big as you feared, not as complicated as you imagined, just real. Nighttime silence offers a rare opportunity to meet your inner world without distortion. The Stoics practiced something simple during these moments: returning to the breath, returning to the body, returning to the truth of the moment. Because silence is only frightening when the mind wanders into stories. But silence becomes peaceful when the mind stays with reality. A helpful phrase is, "This silence is safe. It is here to help me notice, not hurt me." The body relaxes to this. The nervous system starts to trust the quiet. The mind softens because it no longer interprets silence as danger. Another powerful shift is to treat silence as companionship rather than emptiness. The Stoics often spoke of nature, reason, and the universe as companions, forces that stand with you even when you are alone. Silence is where you can feel that companionship most clearly, without distraction. Rather than fearing the quiet, you begin to rest inside it like a warm room. You let it hold you, you let it teach you, you let it anchor you. Silence becomes the environment where your mind finally exhales. Another layer of this practice is remembering that silence makes space for wisdom. Insight does not come from thinking harder. It comes from thinking less. It rises naturally when the mental noise clears. When you stop resisting silence, your intuition grows louder, your clarity sharpens, your understanding deepens, and your inner voice becomes kinder. The final step of the practice is this realization. Silence is not the cause of overthinking. It is the space where overthinking becomes visible. And once you see it clearly, you regain the power to guide your mind instead of being swept away by it. You might end with a phrase like, "I welcome this silence. It shows me what is ready to be released." And slowly, the silence stops being heavy. It stops being sharp. It stops being something to fear. It becomes soft, supportive, sacred. It becomes the teacher that brings you back to yourself. And in that gentle return, the night becomes a place of peace. Not in spite of the silence, but because of it. When you stop fearing the silence and begin to let it reveal rather than intimidate, something remarkable happens inside you. The mind becomes honest. The quiet brings truth to the surface, not to punish you, but to free you. And in this truth, another familiar nighttime companion often appears. Guilt. Not the loud, dramatic kind, the subtle kind. The kind that rests behind the ribs like a small weight. The kind that whispers, "You could have done better. You shouldn't have said that. You disappointed someone. You disappointed yourself." This is where Seneca offered one of the most compassionate nighttime rituals in Stoicism, the evening moral inventory. It is not confession. It is not self-judgment. It is not punishment. It is clarity. And clarity dissolves guilt the way light dissolves shadows. Seneca believed that unresolved guilt poisons rest. It keeps the heart tense, the breath shallow, and the mind spinning long after the day is done. So each night, before sleep, he examined his actions, not to shame himself, but to cleanse what his conscience carried. This practice begins with gentle honesty, not harsh self-criticism. You start by asking yourself, what did I do today that didn't align with the person I want to be? Not who others want you to be, who you want to be.
Maybe you were impatient. Maybe you snapped at someone. Maybe you avoided something important. Maybe you held back kindness. Maybe you acted out of fear instead of intention. Naming these moments is not about punishment, it's about release.
Guilt lingers when you avoid looking at your actions, but when you face them directly, they lose their sting. The next step is equally important. You ask why. Why did I act this way today? Not to excuse yourself, but to understand the inner cause. Maybe you were tired. Maybe you were stressed. Maybe you were overwhelmed. Maybe you were afraid of appearing weak. Maybe you were trying to protect yourself. Understanding your reasons softens your self-judgment. You begin to see that your actions were not signs of failure. They were signals of unmet needs, unresolved emotions, or human limits. Seneca knew that when you understand your motivations, compassion replaces guilt.
Then comes the part that transforms the entire practice. You decide how you will act differently tomorrow.
Not with perfection, with direction. Ask gently, what would a wiser version of me do next time? And the answer doesn't need to be dramatic. Maybe you will speak more gently. Maybe you will pause before reacting. Maybe you will set a boundary. Maybe you will apologize. Maybe you will show more patience toward yourself. This small intention cleanses the residue of guilt, because guilt only sticks to what feels unresolved. Once you give tomorrow a course of correction, the heart no longer needs to punish you for today. Another layer of Seneca's moral inventory is remembering what you did right. Yes, right. Most people only replay their mistakes at night. They forget the moments they acted with patience, strength, kindness, or restraint. Seneca insisted that fairness requires acknowledging both sides. So ask, what did I do well today? Maybe you kept going even when you were tired. Maybe you handled a challenge with grace. Maybe you were kind when you didn't have to be. Maybe you told the truth. Maybe you kept your promises. Recognizing these moments is not arrogance. It is balance. It reminds the mind that it is growing, not failing. This step neutralizes guilt, because guilt thrives in imbalance. When you only see your flaws, guilt has power. When you see the full picture, guilt dissolves. Another essential part of this practice is forgiveness, not from others, but from yourself. Seneca wrote that no person becomes good without stumbling. Guilt is the teacher. Forgiveness is the progress. So you say quietly, I release myself from today's mistakes. I will grow from them, not suffer from them. This is the heart of the ritual. You acknowledge your humanity. You understand your actions. You correct your direction. You honor your progress. You forgive your imperfections. And in doing so, the guilt loses all oxygen. The final step is closure. You tell yourself, the day is finished. I have learned what I needed to learn. I can rest now. This closes the emotional loop. It signals the nervous system that there is nothing left to fix, nothing left to analyze, nothing left to punish. Just rest. Just release. Just renewal. When you practice Seneca's moral inventory, Guilt no longer follows you into sleep like a shadow. It is addressed, understood, neutralized, and then your mind, your heart, and your breath finally begin to soften into the peace that only honesty, compassion, and self-forgiveness can bring. When you finally clear guilt from your heart and give the day a clean ending, the night feels lighter, but not empty. Because even after honesty, forgiveness, and moral clarity, the mind still holds one last trick: catastrophic imagination. It doesn't need evidence. It doesn't need logic. It doesn't even need a real problem. It just needs silence and fatigue. Suddenly, a small concern becomes a looming disaster. A minor uncertainty becomes a full-blown collapse. A simple task becomes an impossible undertaking. A single symptom becomes a disaster scenario. Catastrophic imagination is the mind's attempt to protect you by preparing you for danger, but in doing so, it creates danger internally. The Stoics saw this habit for what it was, a mental reflex, not a prediction. They taught a powerful method for dealing with it, not through suppression, not through positive thinking, but through rational counter-arguments, not arguments rooted in emotion, but in truth. This practice starts with recognizing when your mind is producing catastrophic scenarios. Noticing the moment a simple worry escalates into something extreme. You can often feel it in your chest, your breath, the sudden speed of thoughts. The first step is naming what's happening. This is catastrophic imagination. The moment you name it, you pull it out of the shadows. You stop treating it as reality. You treat it as what it is, a dramatization. The next step is asking the question that Stoics use to disarm irrational fear. Where is the evidence? Catastrophic thoughts rarely have any. They are built on emotion, not facts. They are fueled by exhaustion, not reality. When you ask for evidence, the fear begins to lose its grip, because most catastrophic scenarios collapse under scrutiny. Then you apply the next Stoic question. What else could be true? If someone doesn't reply to you, catastrophic imagination says, they're upset with me. But what else could be true? They're busy, they're tired, their phone died, they forgot, they're overwhelmed, they're fine. If you feel a small discomfort in your body, catastrophic imagination says, this is something serious. But what else could be true? You're stressed, you ate too fast, you're tired, your body is reacting to emotion, not danger. If a mistake happened at work, catastrophic imagination says, this will ruin everything. But what else could be true? It's fixable. People forget. People understand. Mistakes happen every day. You will handle it tomorrow with a clearer mind. You slowly begin to see the truth. Catastrophic imagination is a single possibility, not the only possibility. Once you've opened the door to alternatives, the next Stoic tool is reason. You ask yourself, what is the most realistic outcome, not the most dramatic one? The realistic outcome is almost always milder, less damaging, less permanent, less frightening. Catastrophic imagination thrives on exaggeration. Reason thrives on proportion. Another part of the Stoic counter-argument is probability. Ask, how many times has my mind predicted disaster? And how many times was it right? Most people find their inner answer instantly. It's almost never right. This reveals a truth your emotions forget. Your mind has practiced fear far more than accuracy. The next step is grounding. Bring your attention back to what is actually happening, not what could happen. Right now, as you lie here, there is no disaster. There is no crisis. There is no catastrophe unfolding. There is only your mind imagining one. This distinction ends the emotional urgency. Then comes the most profound Stoic counter-argument. If the worst truly happened, would it destroy me? The answer, deep in your bones, is no. You have endured far worse. You have rebuilt after pain. You have survived storms you never thought you would. You are not as fragile as your catastrophic imagination claims.
This truth dismantles fear at its root. Because catastrophe only terrifies people who forget their own resilience.
Another helpful step is recognizing the role of exhaustion. Ask yourself, would this fear feel this big during the day?
The answer is almost always no. Night magnifies.
Fatigue distorts. Silence exaggerates. Knowing this restores balance. Finally, you close the practice with a grounding phrase. This is only a thought. It is not a prophecy. Say it slowly. Let it land. Let it loosen the fear in your chest. The Stoics didn't teach blind optimism. They didn't deny reality. They simply refused to let imagination masquerade as truth. When you use rational counter-arguments at night, catastrophic thoughts lose their authority. They no longer control your breath. They no longer speed your pulse. They no longer dominate your inner world. They shrink back into what they truly are, just thoughts. And once that happens, peace has room to enter. The body softens. The mind rests. The night becomes gentle again. Not because fear vanished, but because you finally saw it for what it truly was. When catastrophic imagination finally quiets and your breath begins to settle, a new kind of tension often rises beneath the surface, the kind rooted not in danger, but in ego. These are the worries built from comparison, reputation, approval, and the subtle fear of not being enough. They whisper when everything else grows quiet. Did I embarrass myself? Did they judge me? Did I fall short? These worries don't roar, they linger. And the darker the room becomes, the louder they seem. The Stoics countered this with one of their most liberating practices, the cosmic perspective. They understood that ego-based worries thrive only when your world shrinks down to the size of your insecurities. But when you widen your awareness, when you step back in your mind, those small concerns lose their power almost instantly. This perspective invites you to mentally rise above your immediate identity. Marcus Aurelius used this method constantly. He would picture the world from far above, cities stretching across the land, thousands of people living out their own fears and hopes, every home glowing with its own quiet stories. From that height, the thing he was anxious about a few hours earlier felt small, almost insignificant. Not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer consumed his entire field of vision. You can practice the same shift. Begin with the room you're in, the quiet, the stillness. Then imagine the building around you, the street, the city, all those lives moving through their own private battles. The person whose opinion you fear is just one life among countless others, thinking far more about themselves than about you. Then expand your awareness further, out to the entire country, then out to the earth itself, this blue sphere spinning through vast space. From this vantage point, your ego-based worries shrink immediately. The awkward moment, the imperfect answer, the worry about being misunderstood. All of it becomes a small ripple in a life that is small compared to a world that is small compared to a universe that is infinitely large. And when you allow your awareness to expand even more, beyond Earth, beyond the solar system, into the endless dark where stars burn quietly across unimaginable distances, the tension around ego dissolves completely. Your perspective widens so much that your fears cannot stretch to meet it. But the Stoics didn't use cosmic perspective to make you feel insignificant. They used it to free you. When you see your life against the backdrop of a universe billions of years old, you stop holding yourself to impossible standards. You stop replaying conversations as if they define you. You stop obsessing over how others might interpret every detail of your behavior. You remember that every person you fear judgment from is just as temporary, just as vulnerable, and just as tangled in their own inner world as you are. No one is standing above you as a flawless evaluator. Everyone is caught in their own orbit of concerns. Cosmic perspective shifts the weight completely. It shows you that your value is not constructed by the impressions you make or the mistakes you fear. Your worth is inherent, rooted in the simple fact that you exist at all, a conscious being in a vast, ancient universe. When this truth lands, ego-based worry loses its intensity. The mind relaxes because it no longer believes your identity is under constant threat. The heart softens because it stops demanding perfection. The breath deepens because there is finally room to breathe again. In that quiet expansion, your worries return to their true size, small enough to let go of, small enough to release into the night, small enough for sleep to finally find you. When the cosmic perspective finally softens the ego and the night begins to feel wider, there is still one more barrier that often stands between you and rest: insomnia. Not always the dramatic kind where you stare at the ceiling for hours, but the quieter, more frustrating kind, the mind that won't quiet down, the restlessness in the body, the endless shifting, the heavy awareness that sleep isn't coming as quickly as you want it to. Most people meet this with resistance. They tense up. They fight the wakefulness. They get frustrated, anxious, impatient. The mind says, "Why am I not asleep yet? What's wrong with me? I have things to do tomorrow. I can't afford this." And the more you resist, the more awake you become. The Stoics saw this struggle clearly. They understood that suffering is born not from the thing itself, but from your reaction to it. So instead of fighting insomnia, they taught a different approach. Turn it into observation. The moment you stop wrestling with sleeplessness, your entire inner experience shifts. Instead of viewing wakefulness as a failure, you treat it as an opportunity, a space to study your mind with curiosity rather than fear. You become a witness instead of a prisoner. Insomnia becomes a classroom instead of a punishment. This shift begins with a single thought: this moment is not dangerous. Most of the panic around sleeplessness comes from the belief that being awake is harmful, that it will ruin tomorrow, that you must sleep right now. But the body doesn't work under pressure. It retreats from it. When you remove the judgment from wakefulness, the nervous system calms, and ironically, sleep becomes more likely. Start by noticing what is present: the sensations in your body, the pace of your thoughts, the temperature of the room, the feeling of the sheets against your skin. You're not analyzing, you're observing. The Stoics believed that attention strips fear of its exaggeration. When you pay attention to the reality of the moment instead of the story your mind attaches to it, the moment becomes manageable. You may find that the restlessness is not as strong as you thought. The thoughts are not as loud as they felt. The discomfort is not as threatening as your initial reaction suggested. Next, observe your thoughts as if they belong to someone else. Ask gently, what is my mind doing right now? Maybe it's replaying something from today. Maybe it's anticipating tomorrow. Maybe it's looping a fear that feels more dramatic in the dark than it ever would in daylight. Instead of believing the thoughts or fighting them, you simply let them move through. Sleeplessness often reveals the mind's patterns more clearly than any meditation session could. It shows you what your brain clings to when there are no distractions left. Insomnia becomes a mirror. Another layer of Stoic observation is noticing your emotional reactions. Perhaps impatience rises, or frustration, or worry about not sleeping. Instead of resisting those feelings, observe them the same way you observe thoughts. Frustration is here. Worry is rising. You acknowledge the emotion without becoming entangled in it. This keeps the emotion from growing. The Stoics taught that emotion becomes suffering only when you merge with it. When you become the observer, the emotion passes through like weather instead of becoming a storm. You can even bring in a quiet, grounding truth. My body knows how to sleep. It will sleep when it's ready. I do not need to control this moment. This softens the internal pressure. And pressure is the enemy of rest. When you stop forcing sleep, sleep returns on its own time. Another valuable part of this practice is using the wakefulness as a moment to connect with your breath, not manipulating it, just noticing it. The inhale, the exhale, the slight pause in between. Breath is always happening in the present moment, and the present moment is always safe. As you anchor into this simple rhythm, the mind loses its need to run ahead or look back. Over time, insomnia becomes less frightening. You begin to see that wakefulness at night is not a crisis, but a conversation between your thoughts, your body, and your awareness. Instead of being stuck in the experience, you learn from it. You witness the way your mind moves when nothing distracts it. You witness the way your emotions rise and fall. You witness the way your body tries to protect you, even when it feels inconvenient. And most importantly, you stop resisting what is. The moment you stop fighting wakefulness, something softens. The tension in your jaw eases. The breath drops deeper. The mind stops trying so hard. And often, without effort, sleep begins to approach. Quietly, naturally, unforced. But even if it doesn't come immediately, you remain calm, grounded, connected to yourself. Insomnia loses its teeth when you stop treating it as an enemy and start treating it as an experience. Not ideal, not comfortable, but harmless. And once it becomes harmless, it no longer owns you. The night becomes a space where peace is still possible, even when sleep takes its time. When you stop resisting insomnia and begin to observe your mind with calm curiosity, something else becomes apparent. The way certain emotions from the day rise back up as if they were waiting for the dark. Even after you've reflected, forgiven, and settled yourself, the mind has a way of replaying moments from earlier, repeating conversations, reliving small tensions, and echoing feelings you thought you had already processed. This is one of the most common nighttime experiences, and it often confuses people. You think, why am I thinking about this again? Why is this feeling returning? Why does the day feel louder now than when I was living it? The Stoics understood this phenomenon long before modern psychology gave it a name. They recognized that emotions often leave echoes, faint imprints that linger in the mind and body even after the moment has passed. During the day, you rarely have the space to feel anything fully. You move from task to task, distraction to distraction, responsibility to responsibility. You push emotional reactions aside because there is no time to sit with them. You swallow irritation to stay polite. You suppress sadness to stay functional. You ignore fear to stay focused. But the body doesn't forget. The nervous system doesn't forget. Even if your mind decides to move on, your inner world stores the tension that wasn't processed. And when the world goes silent at night, those stored impressions rise to the surface, not to torment you, but because silence is the first moment your mind has had all day to actually hear itself. These emotional echoes are not signs of weakness or instability. They are signals, reminders that your inner world was too full to digest everything in real time. At night, when external noise disappears, internal noise becomes audible. The replay of the day is not a flaw. It is the mind trying to complete emotional cycles that were left unfinished. When the Stoics described this, they emphasized the importance of meeting these echoes with understanding rather than judgment. Instead of thinking, "Why am I still thinking about this?" you shift to, "What is this trying to show me?" Sometimes the mind replays the day to resolve something. A misunderstanding that still feels open. A comment that stung more than you admitted. A decision you rushed through. A moment where you didn't express what you truly felt. These aren't problems. They're unfinished emotional threads, quietly asking to be acknowledged. Other times, the replay is simply the nervous system discharging leftover tension. Even minor stress can leave ripples in the mind that only settle once you finally sit still long enough to notice them. A powerful way to work with emotional echoes is to gently name what rises. If a moment from earlier appears, acknowledge it without diving into analysis. If a feeling stirs, identify it with simple clarity. Tension, sadness, irritation, worry. Naming calms the mind because it shifts you from reacting to observing. The Stoics believed that awareness dissolves unnecessary suffering. When you understand an emotional echo as a leftover sensation rather than a fresh problem, its intensity softens. Another part of this understanding involves recognizing the role of fatigue. A tired mind doesn't filter emotions as well as a rested one. It amplifies them. It makes small things feel large. It takes an afternoon's minor discomfort and stretches it across the whole night. The Stoics knew that fatigue distorts perception, and they recommended giving your mind the same compassion you would give a tired child, patient, gentle, forgiving. When emotional echoes arise, remind yourself that the mind is not trying to hurt you. It is emptying its pockets. It is clearing the residue of the day. It is releasing what you didn't have the time or space to process earlier. This alone can ease the frustration you might feel when your thoughts begin replaying past moments. Instead of resisting, you allow the echoes to move through you, not indulging them, not feeding them, but letting them complete their cycle. This is where the Stoic approach becomes powerful. You don't attach to the echo, and you don't push it away. You simply witness it. A memory appears. You see it. A feeling arises. You acknowledge it. A worry replays. You allow it to pass through. When you stop turning the echo into a story, it cannot grow. It fades naturally, and often, after a few minutes of observation, the mind quiets. The echo resolves because it has been heard. The emotional residue dissolves because it has been acknowledged. You return to the present moment, lighter than before, not because the day changed, but because you finally allowed yourself to feel what you didn't have time to feel. Emotional echoes don't keep you awake to punish you. They surface to give you a final chance to release what the day left behind. And once you understand this, the night transforms from a replay of the past into a gentle opportunity for emotional completion. A quiet clearing of the mind that makes space for rest, softness, and peace. When you begin to understand emotional echoes and allow them to rise and pass without resistance, the night becomes lighter. But another form of anxiety often tries to take its place: the fear of what might come. Anticipatory anxiety, the quiet dread of future challenges, the tightening in the chest when you think of the difficulties ahead. The mind whispers, what if it's too hard? What if I can't handle it? What if tomorrow brings something I'm not ready for? This fear is ancient. It's the nervous system trying to protect you by imagining threats before they arrive. But the Stoics offered a surprising antidote to this future-oriented fear, an antidote that seems backwards at first glance: gratitude for hardship. To the Stoics, hardships were not curses, they were teachers. Not because pain is pleasant, but because difficulty reveals the strength you often overlook. They believed that every challenge you have ever survived has shaped your resilience, and because of that, future challenges are not threats. They are opportunities to recall what you have already grown through. Gratitude for hardship is not about celebrating suffering. It is about recognizing that everything you feared in the past eventually became something you handled, survived, or learned from. And once you see that, the anxiety surrounding future difficulties loses its bite. Begin by thinking of something hard you lived through. Something you thought would break you. Something that felt overwhelming at the time. Notice that you are here now. Notice that you adapted. Notice that even if it hurt, even if it wasn't pretty, you made it through. That experience left behind wisdom, strength, endurance, perspective, tools you now carry into every new challenge. When you acknowledge this, you begin to see hardship differently. Instead of thinking, I hope nothing difficult comes, your perspective shifts to, if something difficult comes, I know I have faced challenges before. I will face this one too. This shift dissolves anticipatory anxiety because anxiety thrives on imagining yourself weak. Hardship reminds you that you are not. The Stoics believed that the mind becomes calmer when it remembers its own capability. Gratitude for hardship is a way of telling yourself, look at what I've already proven. Look at how much I've survived. When you recognize your resilience, the future becomes less threatening. Another layer of Stoic gratitude involves embracing the truth that difficulty has shaped every strong quality within you. Your patience, your empathy, your perseverance, your maturity, all of these emerged because you have lived through things that tested you. Without challenges, these qualities would have remained dormant. This doesn't mean hardship was desirable. It means it wasn't meaningless. When you see how much difficulty has contributed to your inner landscape, the fear of future struggle begins to soften. The Stoics also believed that obstacles are the raw material of growth. Marcus Aurelius famously wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that what you fear may actually hold the next stage of your strength. Gratitude makes that truth easier to accept. It transforms the future from something to hide from into something you can eventually benefit from, even if it feels challenging in the moment. Gratitude for past hardship also interrupts the perfectionism behind anticipatory anxiety. Most anxiety about the future comes from the illusion that life must be smooth, predictable, and free of pain. But when you appreciate how previous difficulties strengthened you, you release that unrealistic expectation. You remember that a meaningful life includes resistance, just as a strong muscle requires strain to grow. This understanding creates emotional flexibility. You stop fearing discomfort as if it were a disaster. You begin to trust that discomfort is survivable. Another powerful part of this practice is recognizing that hardships gave you something anxiety never will. proof. Anxiety only gives you fear. Hardship gives you evidence. Evidence that you can endure. Evidence that you can adapt. Evidence that you can grow. This evidence is far stronger than the imagined scenarios anxiety produces in the dark. When you shift your attention from imagined disasters to real resilience, anticipatory fear melts away. To practice Stoic gratitude before bed, reflect gently. What challenges have I already survived? What qualities did they reveal in me? What lessons did they teach me that I still carry today? As you answer these questions internally, notice how your fear of tomorrow fades. The mind stops seeing the future as a threat and begins to see it as a continuation of a path you've already proven capable of walking. This kind of gratitude is not naive optimism. It does not ignore pain or pretend everything happens for a perfect reason. It simply acknowledges reality. Your life has given you everything you need to face what comes next. You may not know how you will handle tomorrow, but you also didn't know how you would handle yesterday. And yet you did. When you lie in bed with this truth settled into your body, anticipatory anxiety loses its power. The future no longer looms like a giant shadow. It becomes something manageable, something familiar, something you don't need to fear in advance. Gratitude transforms tomorrow from an enemy into a landscape you are strong enough to explore. And as this awareness sinks in, your breath steadies, your chest loosens, and your mind finally releases its grip on what hasn't happened yet. Hardship didn't break you. It built you, and that truth carries you peacefully into sleep. When gratitude for hardship begins to soften the fear of what lies ahead, the night becomes gentler. But the mind still longs for something deeper, not just relief, not just calm, a sense of safety, a place inside that cannot be shaken by thoughts, memories, uncertainty, or darkness. A place untouched by the noise of the world or the storms of the day. The Stoics had a name for this inner refuge, the inner citadel. A mental fortress built not of walls or defenses, but of strength, clarity, and self-command. And at night, when your mind is most vulnerable, this fortress becomes essential. The inner citadel is not a fantasy or a poetic idea. It is a real psychological structure, a grounded practice Marcus Aurelius returned to again and again. He understood that while the world outside could be chaotic, unpredictable, and sometimes harsh, there was a place within him that nothing external could penetrate. A place where he could retreat, breathe, and reconnect with his truest self. He held on to this idea during war, illness, loss, pressure, and sleepless nights, and it gave him the stability that nothing else could. The meditation begins with a simple truth. There is a part of you that nothing can harm unless you open the door to let harm in, not physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You start by closing your eyes, not as an escape, but as a way of turning inward. Feel the weight of your body on the bed. Feel the breath moving through you. Feel the quietness of the room. Then imagine, not visually, but emotionally, stepping into a space inside yourself that feels solid, grounded, safe. A place that does not react to every thought. A place that does not bend under every fear. A place where the chaos of the world cannot reach you unless you invite it. This is your inner citadel. It is made of the principles that strengthen you, your resilience, your capacity to endure, your ability to choose your response, your inner dignity, your moral compass, your clarity. These qualities are not fragile. They have lived through every difficult moment of your life. They have held you through storms you thought you would not survive. They have been with you since the beginning, even when you forgot they existed. When you enter the citadel, you reconnect with these strengths. Let your breath deepen slightly. Feel your attention gathering itself. Imagine your awareness moving inward, past the noise of today, past the unfinished thoughts, past the emotional echoes. Move deeper, past the fears that rise only at night, past the worries that tug on your chest, past the insecurities that try to gain your attention. Keep going until you reach the quiet center, the place untouched by circumstance. In the inner citadel, nothing chases you, nothing demands from you, nothing judges you, nothing threatens you. It is not a place of denial, it is a place of truth. The truth that the world outside can shake you only if you allow its noise to enter your core. Inside the citadel, you experience yourself without distortion, without fear, without pressure, without expectation. The Stoics use this place to separate their inner stability from outer instability. And this is where the meditation becomes powerful. You begin to see that the thoughts causing you stress are not inside the citadel. They are outside, knocking at the gates. They do not have the right to enter. You do not have to let them in. You can acknowledge their presence without opening the door. This boundary is what the night cannot breach. Inside this inner fortress, you remember your power. You remember that your worth is not determined by today's mistakes or tomorrow's challenges. You remember that you are not defined by external events, nor by the opinions of others, nor by the fears that whisper in the dark. You are defined by your ability to return to yourself. Take another slow breath. As you exhale, feel the distance grow between you and the noise that tries to disturb your peace. Feel it settle outside the walls of your citadel. You are no longer entangled in it. You are not resisting it. You are simply not merging with it. You are watching it from a place of strength. This internal space is your refuge, your shelter, your strength, your stillness. And the longer you stay here, the more the outside noise fades. The thoughts lose their urgency. The emotions loosen their grip. The body becomes heavier, calmer. The night becomes safer. The world outside may be unpredictable, but inside your citadel, you are unshaken. You can meet tomorrow from this grounded state. You can face difficulties from this centered place. You can handle uncertainty without being consumed by it. And as you rest in this inner fortress, sleep no longer feels like something you must chase. It becomes something that approaches naturally, drawn to the quiet, the safety, the stability you've created within yourself. In the inner citadel, the night cannot breach you. It can only pass around you, leaving your core untouched, steady, and ready for the peace you have been seeking. When the walls of your inner citadel feel solid around you, and the night finally begins to feel safe again, there is still one more fear that often lingers quietly beneath the surface: the fear of failure. Not the dramatic kind that comes from catastrophic imagination, but the subtle, persistent kind that whispers after the lights go out. Did I do enough today? Did I fall short? Did I waste time? Did I disappoint myself? Am I behind? These thoughts creep in because so many of us have been conditioned to measure our worth by what we achieve, what we produce, and what we accomplish. But the Stoics approached nighttime reflection in a radically different way. They examined virtue, not success. They measured who they were becoming, not what they had completed. And this shift dissolves the fear of failure in a way no amount of reassurance ever could. Success is external. It depends on timing, circumstances, other people's reactions, luck, and countless factors you don't control. Virtue is internal. It depends only on your character, your effort, your intentions, and the way you show up each day. And when you evaluate your day based on virtue instead of outcomes, you are freed from the anxiety that comes from trying to control things far outside your reach. The practice begins with a simple question before sleep. Who was I today? Not, what did I accomplish? Not, how much progress did I make? Not, how perfect was I? But who was I? The Stoics believed this question leads you to the truth of your own growth. Did you act with patience when it was difficult? Did you try your best despite exhaustion? Did you speak honestly? Did you treat others with respect? Did you make choices aligned with your values? Did you remain steady when challenged? These are the measures of a good day, not whether everything went according to plan. When you reflect this way, something deep inside you softens. You realize that even on days when little was accomplished, much was learned. Even on days when mistakes were made, character was formed. Even on days when you felt slow or tired, you practiced endurance. Suddenly, failure no longer feels like a verdict. It feels like an opportunity, an opening, a direction. Another part of this practice is releasing the illusion that productivity determines your worth. The Stoics warned that ambition without reflection becomes a prison. The more you chase success at night, the more afraid you become of not reaching it. By shifting your focus toward virtue, you reclaim your agency. Virtue is always available to you. You can choose courage. You can choose kindness. You can choose honesty. You can choose calmness. You can choose effort. These are victories no external circumstance can take from you. And when you recognize this, the fear of failure loses its grip. You realize you never had to fear not achieving enough. You only needed to ask whether you lived with intention, integrity, and presence. The evening examination of virtue also reminds you that growth is not measured in leaps. It's measured in consistency. If you were just a little more patient today than yesterday, that is growth. If you resisted one small impulse that would have harmed your peace, that is growth. If you showed compassion in a moment where you could have acted harshly, that is growth. None of these actions look like success on the outside, but inside, they form the foundation of a strong character. Reflect for a moment. How many of the things you fear failing at are based on external pressures? How many of the standards you hold yourself to at night come from others' expectations rather than your own values? The Stoics taught that nighttime is the moment to return to what truly matters: your choices, your efforts, your heart, not the world's scoreboard. Another important aspect of this practice is self-forgiveness. When you examine your day through virtue rather than success, you naturally become more compassionate with yourself. You stop punishing yourself for being human. You stop demanding perfection in a world that does not offer perfect conditions. You understand that virtue grows through trial, not through ease. This perspective dissolves the fear of failure because it shows you that failure is not the opposite of virtue. It is part of the path that strengthens it. You become someone who learns instead of someone who collapses. Someone who grows instead of someone who hides. Someone who reflects instead of someone who berates themselves. As you lie in bed with this shift settling into your mind, you begin to feel a different kind of peace. A peace that comes from knowing you lived today with sincerity, even if it wasn't flawless. A peace that comes from understanding that your worth is not measured in completed tasks, but in the depth of your effort. A peace that comes from realizing that failure cannot harm you unless you treat it as a final judgment. When you examine your day through virtue, the night no longer feels like a courtroom. It becomes a quiet sanctuary where you acknowledge your humanity, honor your growth, and prepare your heart to rise again tomorrow, not in fear of falling short, but in the confidence that every moment, even the imperfect ones, is shaping you into someone stronger, wiser, and truer to yourself. When you end your day by examining virtue instead of success, a sense of inner calm begins to form. But for many people, there is still one more layer of tension quietly gripping the mind at night: the impossible pressure to be perfect. Perfectionistic worry doesn't shout, it tightens. It whispers things like, "You should have handled that better. You should have done more. You shouldn't have made that mistake. Why weren't you stronger, faster, smarter, calmer?" These thoughts creep into the quiet hours because nighttime removes distractions, leaving you alone with your expectations. The Stoics understood this burden deeply. They saw how often human beings torment themselves, not because the world demands perfection, but because they demand it of themselves. And their antidote was powerful: radical acceptance of human limits. Stoic acceptance is not resignation. It's not giving up or doing less. It's the understanding that you are a human being, not a flawless construct, and that nature did not design you for perfection. It designed you for growth, for resilience, for progress, for learning. The Stoics believed that the root of nighttime anxiety is the belief that you could have lived the day without flaw. But once you accept your limits, the pressure dissolves. You begin to see that everything you expect from yourself, constant composure, endless productivity, flawless emotional control, perfect interactions, is not only unrealistic, but in direct conflict with the nature of being alive. Acceptance begins with a simple truth: you were never meant to do everything perfectly. Your brain has limits, your body has limits, your energy has limits, your time has limits, your emotional capacity has limits. When you deny these limits, you set yourself up for disappointment. When you honor them, you create space for compassion and peace. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself, "You are but a human being. Do not ask of yourself what is impossible." He wrote this not to excuse himself from responsibility, but to free himself from the crushing weight of unrealistic expectations. When you lie in bed replaying your imperfections, remind yourself that the mind tends to demand superhuman performance with no acknowledgement of human needs. It asks you to be endlessly patient, endlessly productive, endlessly understanding, endlessly disciplined, all in one day, with no rest, no fluctuation, no humanity. The Stoics rejected this. They saw virtue not as flawlessness, but as sincere effort within human capacity. When you accept your limits, you begin to see your mistakes not as failures, but as natural outcomes of being human in a world that constantly shifts. Another layer of Stoic acceptance involves acknowledging that your emotional and physical resources change from day to day. Some days you have clarity, others you don't. Some days you have energy, others you feel depleted. Some days you respond gracefully, others your patience thins. This variability is not a flaw, it is life. No tree grows the same amount every day. No season remains constant. No tide stays at the same height. You are part of nature, and nature does not move in straight lines or perfect patterns. Accepting this reduces the pressure to perform perfectly every single day. Nighttime perfectionism often arises because the mind is reviewing the day from a position of hindsight, At night, you have more information, more time, more emotional distance. But earlier, in the moment, you acted with the knowledge, energy, and awareness available to you then. The Stoics believed it is unfair to judge a past moment with a present mind. When you accept this, your inner critic loses its sharpness. You understand that you did not fail. You simply lived the day with the tools you had at that moment. Another powerful aspect of acceptance is realizing that perfection is not required to live a meaningful life. The Stoics believed that virtue is found in striving, not succeeding, in intention, not flawlessness. Your imperfections do not disqualify you from being good, capable, or worthy. They make you real. They make you relatable. They make you human. When nighttime worry tells you that you should have been better, stronger, or more capable, acceptance offers a different voice. You did enough for a human being living a human day. This doesn't lower your standards. It aligns them with reality. It allows you to wake up tomorrow ready to grow, instead of waking up exhausted by impossible demands. As you settle into this truth, your breath deepens. The tension around your ribs softens. The knot in your stomach loosens. You begin to feel relief. Not because you solved every problem, but because you stopped asking yourself to be superhuman. Stoic acceptance of human limits is not a weakness. It is strength. It allows you to rest without guilt, to reflect without self-punishment, and to prepare for tomorrow without fear. In this acceptance, nighttime worry loses its fuel. You realize there is nothing to perfect tonight. There is only the human being you already are, enough, learning, growing, breathing, and ready, finally, to rest. When you finally accept your human limits and release the pressure to be perfect, the night becomes noticeably lighter. Yet another source of anxiety often slips quietly into the mind: judgments about tomorrow. The mind loves to predict, evaluate, assume, and label outcomes before they ever happen. It whispers, tomorrow will be hard. Tomorrow will go wrong. Tomorrow will be embarrassing. Tomorrow will bring disappointment. Tomorrow will overwhelm me. These judgments form long before morning arrives, and because they carry emotional weight, your body reacts as if the future has already happened. The Stoics understood that this was one of the greatest thieves of peace. They believed that most of our suffering doesn't come from events themselves, but from the judgments we attach to events that haven't even occurred. And at night, when nothing is happening, these judgments become especially loud. The practice of withdrawing judgments about tomorrow's outcomes is a way of reclaiming the present moment from the mind's tendency to leap ahead. This practice begins with understanding that you simply do not know what tomorrow holds. You may think you do. You may assume the worst, predict difficulty, or anticipate struggle. But these predictions are based on imagination, not reality. The Stoics taught that knowledge belongs to what is here, not what is projected. When the mind judges tomorrow ahead of time, it creates unnecessary fear. And fear pulls you out of the safety of the present into a world that doesn't exist yet. To withdraw judgments means to acknowledge this truth. I cannot label what I have not lived. This is not blind optimism. It is intellectual honesty. It is refusing to make decisions based on stories rather than facts. It is recognizing that your judgments about tomorrow are small, subjective interpretations, not certainties. When you withdraw these judgments, the emotional charge behind them dissolves. Your breath becomes steadier. Your body loosens. You stop bracing for something that may never come. To begin the practice, sit with the thought that most nighttime anxiety is a reaction to imagined outcomes, not actual ones. You may be tired, vulnerable, or overstimulated, and your mind uses that state to paint tomorrow with dark colors. But remember this: nighttime thinking is rarely balanced. The Stoics knew that fatigue creates emotional distortions. When you judge tomorrow through the lens of exhaustion, your predictions become exaggerated. Recognizing this allows you to soften those judgments instead of believing them. Another step is asking yourself a grounding question. Do I actually know this will happen? Not do I fear it, not do I expect it, but do I know? The answer is almost always no. This single acknowledgement pulls you out of imagined futures and brings you back into the truth of the moment. The Stoics also practiced something deeply freeing, replacing judgment with curiosity. Instead of thinking, tomorrow will be awful, they thought, tomorrow will be tomorrow. I will meet it when it comes. That shift removes the emotional heaviness that judgments create. Curiosity opens a door, judgment closes it. Curiosity creates space, judgment builds walls. Curiosity allows you to rest, judgment keeps you tense. Another powerful part of this practice is recognizing how much your emotional state influences your predictions. When you're anxious, tomorrow looks threatening. When you're tired, tomorrow looks impossible. When you're overwhelmed, tomorrow looks catastrophic. But when you withdraw your judgments, you stop letting your current feelings dictate your expectations for the future. The Stoics believed the only thing you can responsibly judge is your own intention, not tomorrow's results. You cannot control outcomes. You cannot control how others will respond. You cannot control traffic, weather, timing, fate, or circumstances. But you can control how you show up when the moment arrives, and that is enough. When you refocus on intention rather than prediction, the fear around outcomes weakens. There is also a deeper truth hidden beneath this practice. Your judgments about tomorrow are often reflections of today's emotional state, not tomorrow's reality. If today was draining, tomorrow looks bleak. If today triggered insecurity, tomorrow looks threatening. If today felt chaotic, tomorrow looks like another storm. But tomorrow is not today. It is a new landscape, untouched and unseen. To withdraw judgments is to give tomorrow a chance to unfold without contamination from tonight's fears. Close this practice with a quiet reminder to yourself. Tomorrow is not happening now. The only moment I am living is this one. Feel how this softens your chest. Feel how it slows your breath. Feel how it releases the pressure to anticipate, manage, or control outcomes in advance. Your mind does not need to decide the meaning of tomorrow tonight. When morning comes, you will meet it with the strength you have. Until then, you are safe. And the future is just a blank page, not a threat. When you stop judging tomorrow before it arrives and finally allow the future to rest where it belongs, something inside you loosens. But there is still one more trick the mind plays in the dark, a trick subtle enough that most people don't even realize it's happening. It's the sudden feeling that something must be fixed right now, that you must solve a problem immediately, that you must think your way out of discomfort instantly, that you must plan, prepare, fix, repair, decide, or control something this very moment. This is the urgency illusion, the mind's tendency to turn minor concerns into emergencies simply because the night is quiet and you are vulnerable. The Stoics understood this illusion long before modern psychology defined it. They knew that nighttime thinking is distorted by exhaustion, silence, and reduced distractions. Without the noise of daily life, small worries swell. Without structure, your mind invents deadlines. Without daylight, every thought feels sharper. So they used reasoning, calm, grounded, logical reasoning, to challenge the illusion that anything must be solved at night. The urgency illusion begins with a spike of tension, a sudden feeling that something about your life, your relationships, your plans, or your responsibilities needs immediate attention. You feel pressure in your chest, a tightening in your stomach, an inner tug that says, "Do something now." But the truth is, very few things in life require nighttime solutions. Almost nothing needs to be fixed at 2 a.m. Almost nothing becomes clearer under pressure. Almost nothing improves when your mind is tired. The Stoics recognized this and approached it with quiet rationality. Their method wasn't aggressive, it wasn't forceful, it was simply truth brought into a moment, distorted by fear. The first step in using Stoic reasoning is questioning the feeling of urgency itself. Ask, is this actually urgent, or does it just feel urgent because it's nighttime? Almost always, the urgency dissolves under this question. The feeling fades when you see it for what it is, not reality, but emotion magnified by silence. The mind often confuses discomfort with emergency, but discomfort does not require immediate action. It requires acknowledgement, not panic. Next, the Stoics would ask, can this be addressed better in the morning? This question grounds you instantly, because the answer is nearly always yes. A rested mind sees solutions a tired mind cannot. A rested body reacts with calm instead of fear. A rested heart responds with clarity instead of urgency. When you remind yourself of this, the pressure to act right now evaporates. Another part of Stoic reasoning is identifying the emotional trigger behind the urgency. Often what feels like a crisis is actually an echo of another emotion: fatigue, stress, insecurity, loneliness, or unresolved tension from the day. When you look beneath the urgency, you often find something far gentler. And once you identify it, the illusion collapses. You realize, this is not an emergency. This is a feeling. The Stoics also challenged nighttime urgency by pointing out the limitations of the moment. Is action even possible right now? Can you fix that relationship at this hour? Can you change your job at this hour? Can you rewrite a conversation at this hour? Can you resolve tomorrow's responsibilities before tomorrow even arrives? The answer is no. Nighttime is not a time for fixing, it is a time for resting. Another powerful technique the Stoics used was separating the mind's demand from the body's capacity. At night, the mind screams, "I must solve this," but the body whispers, "I am tired," and tired bodies do not make wise decisions. Stoic reasoning reminds you that urgency created under fatigue is unreliable. You wouldn't trust a compass that shakes. You shouldn't trust thoughts that come from exhaustion. You can also ask a grounding Stoic question that dissolves urgency quickly. If I felt this exact emotion during the daytime, would I treat it as an emergency? The answer is almost always no. Night magnifies what daylight tempers. The Stoics believed that wisdom means refusing to be rushed by emotion. Rushing is rarely rational. Rushing is rarely necessary. Rushing almost always comes from fear, not clarity. When you remind yourself of this truth, the mind stops pushing. The illusion collapses. Finally, the Stoics ended this reasoning with a calming truth. Nothing urgent belongs in the night. What belongs here is rest. This statement shifts your entire internal world. You stop bracing, you stop pushing, you stop spiraling, you let the night be night. When you challenge the urgency illusion, you reclaim your peace. You realize that the pressure you feel is not a demand, it's a misinterpretation. And once that illusion breaks, your breath deepens, your mind quiets, and the body begins preparing for the thing it needed all along: rest, not resolution. In this calm, the night can finally return to its purpose, not a battlefield for imaginary emergencies, but a sanctuary where the mind, body, and soul can let go and soften into stillness. When you see through the urgency illusion and realize the night is not asking you to solve anything, another layer of peace settles into your body. But there is still one more source of nighttime anxiety that quietly exhausts the mind: desire. Not desire in the dramatic sense, but in the subtle, modern form. The feeling that you need more progress, more reassurance, more success, more certainty, more achievement, more validation, more control, more improvement, more fixing before you can rest. This constant inner reaching creates a pressure that doesn't stop when the sun sets. It follows you into bed, whispers in your head, and tightens your chest as you try to sleep. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed that much of human suffering comes not from what you lack, but from the belief that you must have more. Their antidote was simple, yet life-changing: the philosophy of enough. The idea of enough is not complacency, it is freedom. It means recognizing that the mind's endless hunger for more certainty, more perfection, more progress, is what drives nighttime restlessness. When you believe you haven't done enough, haven't become enough, haven't achieved enough, the night becomes a silent stage for self-criticism. The Stoics taught that peace doesn't come from adding more to your life, but from subtracting the false needs that drain your energy and distort your perspective. This practice begins with pausing before sleep and acknowledging the truth. At this moment, right now, you are enough for the night. Not perfect, not complete, not finished with every goal, but enough to rest. The mind resists this idea because it's trained to measure life in constant increments of not yet accomplished, not yet secure, not yet successful, not yet worthy. But this constant reaching creates an inner tightness, a belief that rest must be earned through endless doing. The Stoics rejected this. They believed rest is not a reward. It is a necessity, a human right, a natural rhythm of life. To embrace the philosophy of enough, start by recognizing how desire shows up in your body at night. Maybe your mind replays what you didn't finish. Maybe you feel pressure to be further ahead. Maybe you list everything you still should do. Maybe you compare yourself to others. Maybe you crave a sense of control that the night cannot give. Each of these is a form of desire, not desire for pleasure, but desire for certainty and perfection. And these desires create anxiety because they focus your attention on what is missing instead of what is present. The Stoics believed that desire is a form of inner imbalance. It pulls you away from the moment you're in and convinces you that peace lies somewhere else, in a better version of yourself or a better version of your life. But truth lives only in the present moment, and in this moment, you have enough to rest, you have enough to breathe, you have enough to let go. Another part of this practice is challenging the belief that you must be constantly improving to be worthy of rest. Improvement is good. Growth is natural. But the belief that you must be more every minute creates anxiety that follows you into the night. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often, "Do what's in front of you with the tools you have, nothing more." This is the philosophy of enough, an invitation to release the invisible demand to be superhuman. Ask yourself quietly, what am I trying to become tonight that I do not need to become right now? Maybe the answer is more productive, or more disciplined, or more successful, or more stable, or more certain. These desires don't need to be judged. They simply need to be paused. You can pursue growth tomorrow. You can seek clarity tomorrow. You can build, refine, improve, and advance tomorrow. Tonight is for something simpler: being. Another layer of the philosophy of enough is gratitude. Not the forced kind, not the list-making kind, the quiet kind. The recognition that even if your life is imperfect, even if your path is unclear, even if you are still becoming, you are already living a life shaped by resilience, growth, and survival. You have navigated countless moments without having everything figured out. You have faced challenges without perfect preparation. You have succeeded many times without certainty. This is proof that you already have enough strength within you to face life as it comes. The Stoics believed that desire shrinks when you recognize your sufficiency. Anxiety shrinks when you stop chasing the future. Rest becomes easier when you stop demanding more from yourself than the night requires. Right now, in this moment, you do not need to be anything more than a human being lying in a quiet room, breathing, existing, and returning home to yourself. The final step of this practice is telling yourself a gentle truth. For tonight, I have done enough. I am enough. I have enough. Feel how this softens your body. Feel how your shoulders loosen. Feel how your mind stops pushing forward. The philosophy of enough dissolves nighttime anxiety at its root, because once you stop reaching for more, you can finally rest in what is. And what is, right here, right now, is enough for peace to enter. When you finally embrace the philosophy of enough and allow your mind to rest from the endless reaching for more, the night becomes gentler. Yet there is still one more weight that often lingers in the deeper layers of your mind, the weight of events you never controlled in the first place. These are the moments that replay on their own, the situations you wish had unfolded differently, the behaviors of others you tried to influence, the outcomes you fought for but could not shape. These memories return at night, not because they matter more in the dark, but because the silence removes distraction, leaving you face to face with the truth. You are still holding on to things that were never yours to carry. The Stoics saw this tendency clearly. They believed that human suffering intensifies when you cling to events that lie outside your power. Not because the events themselves are painful, many are, but because the mind keeps gripping them as if replaying them could change their nature. The Stoic art of letting go begins with a radical, freeing acknowledgement. If it was not in your power then, it is not your responsibility now. This is not avoidance. It is emotional honesty. It is the awakening to a truth you may have resisted without realizing it. Letting go starts with recognizing the exact moments your mind keeps returning to. A conversation that went wrong. Someone's decision that disappointed you. An outcome you tried to steer but couldn't. An argument you wish you could rewrite. A reaction you wish someone else had handled differently. Notice how much tension arises simply from remembering them. The tension isn't coming from the event. It is coming from your attempt to mentally rewrite something that cannot be rewritten. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from evaluating events based on one question. Was this within my power or outside it? If it was outside your power, then no amount of reflection, regret, or emotional tightness will change it. You cannot bend the past. You cannot edit someone else's character. You cannot reverse decisions made by other people. You cannot negotiate with fate retroactively. The mind hates this truth because it wants control, but the soul relaxes when it accepts it. This acceptance is the core of letting go. It is the moment you realize you can stop arguing with reality. You can stop resisting the parts of life that were never designed to obey you. You can stop carrying the emotional residue of events whose outcomes were never yours to command. To deepen this practice, bring your attention gently to something from today or from long ago that still clings to your thoughts. Ask yourself, did I control this event? If the answer is no, breathe into that awareness. Let the breath create distance between you and the moment. Let the breath remind you that you are here, in the present, not in the past you are reliving. The Stoics knew that the hardest part of letting go is the belief that you should have been able to control it. The belief that you could have prevented pain, fixed the situation, shaped the outcome, or changed a person's behavior. But this belief is an illusion created by hindsight. In the moment itself, you were limited by your knowledge, your energy, your perspective, and the nature of the situation. You could not control what was never yours. Another part of this practice is acknowledging the invisible emotional contracts you made without realizing it. You expected someone to respond kindly. You expected the world to be fair. You expected timing to work in your favor. You expected an effort to guarantee a result. But the Stoics teach that expectations without control lead directly to suffering. When you let go of the expectation, you free yourself from the pain of its unfulfilled promise. Letting go also means trusting your ability to handle the aftermath, even when you could not control the cause. You survived the event. You learned from it. You adapted. You are still here. This is proof of something important. Your strength lies not in controlling events, but in responding to them with clarity. And clarity cannot grow when your mind is tangled in fantasies of changing the unchangeable. As you lie in bed, allow yourself to mentally place each uncontrollable event outside your inner circle of responsibility. See it sitting there, no longer inside your chest, no longer held tightly in your hands. You do not have to carry it into tomorrow. You do not have to revisit it to prove something. You do not have to punish yourself by reliving it. Release it gently, without force. Release it by acknowledging that it was never yours. The Stoics taught a simple truth that becomes profoundly healing at night. What was outside your power cannot injure your inner self unless you cling to it. Letting go does not erase the past. It removes the chain connecting you to it. It frees your mind from emotional loops that produce nothing but exhaustion. It invites you back into the present moment where your real power lives. And as the grip loosens, your breath steadies. Your mind softens. Your heart releases a weight it was never meant to hold. You begin to understand that peace doesn't come from controlling everything. It comes from finally letting go of what was never yours. This is the quiet victory the night has been waiting for. When you finally let go of events that were never in your power, something remarkable begins to happen inside you. The mind becomes clearer, softer, lighter. But in that newfound space, another realization arises. Your emotional world is often cluttered with feelings that never belonged to you, feelings that weighed you down, feelings that served no purpose other than to exhaust your spirit at night. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew the mind often hoards emotions the way a room hoards objects. Old frustrations, borrowed anxieties, unnecessary guilt, imagined fears, stale comparisons, outdated insecurities, subtle resentments. And just like a cluttered room feels suffocating, a cluttered inner world makes rest impossible. This is where the practice of nightly emotional minimalism becomes transformative. Emotional minimalism is not emotional suppression. It is emotional selection. It is the art of choosing which feelings deserve to stay in your heart overnight and which ones do not. The Stoics believed that the mind can only rest when it carries the emotional equivalent of a light bag. Nothing excessive, nothing unnecessary, nothing that drains more energy than it gives. Yet most people go to bed carrying the entire emotional weight of the day, unaware that half of it isn't even theirs to hold. This practice begins with a simple question. Which emotions are actually serving me right now? Not which emotions are loud, not which emotions are familiar, but which ones are useful, constructive, grounding, or true. You may find that frustration is no longer serving you, that worry is adding nothing, that guilt is repeating instead of teaching, that resentment is exhausting you, that fear is exaggerating, that self-criticism is doing nothing but draining your strength. When you acknowledge which feelings no longer serve you, you give yourself permission to release them. You don't have to justify them. You don't have to analyze them. You don't have to solve them. You simply recognize that they have no purpose in your night and gently place them aside, not with harshness, but with clarity. Stoic emotional minimalism also means keeping only the emotions that move you toward a better version of yourself. Gratitude, calm, compassion, understanding, patience, acceptance. These emotions don't weigh your mind down, they hold it steady. They make room for rest. They create an inner environment that feels safe enough to sleep in. But to reach that state, you must first sift through the emotional noise. Notice what your mind is doing. Notice which feelings rise automatically. Notice which ones linger out of habit. Then ask, does this emotion help me right now, or is it simply familiar? Familiar emotions feel comfortable, but they are not always good for you. The Stoics knew that the mind often clings to old emotional patterns simply because they are known, not because they are helpful. Emotional minimalism invites you to choose differently. Another layer of this practice is understanding that some emotions are true but not timely. You may have sadness that deserves attention, but not at midnight. You may have fear that needs to be understood, but not in the dark, when the mind is tired and dramatic. You may have anger that needs resolution, but not at an hour when clarity is at its lowest. The Stoics believed that timing matters. Not every emotion deserves nighttime space. Some feelings are better explored in the light of day, when strength and logic are fully awake. When the mind is tired, emotions inflate. Night makes small feelings feel enormous. Emotional minimalism helps you recognize this distortion. You begin to see emotions not as commands, but as suggestions. And you decide which ones to keep. You choose peace over pressure, stillness over noise, releasing over revisiting. This practice also involves recognizing which emotions belong to you and which ones you unintentionally absorbed. People carry the stress of others without realizing it. A co-worker's frustration, a friend's sadness, a stranger's rudeness, a family member's tension. Emotional minimalism invites you to return those feelings to their rightful owners. You do not need to sleep with someone else's burden. To complete this practice, take a quiet moment and tell yourself, only emotions that serve my peace may stay with me tonight. Feel how your chest softens. Feel how your breath slows. Feel how your mind begins to declutter itself. The unnecessary emotions fall away, lightly, naturally, like dust leaving the air. What remains is what nourishes you. What remains is what steadies you. What remains is the emotional equivalent of soft, warm light. Nightly emotional minimalism does not erase your feelings. It respects them. It organizes them. It chooses what is essential for your well-being. And in that clarity, the mind finally has space to rest. Not overloaded, not overwhelmed, but held gently by the emotions that serve you, nourish you, and lead you into the softness of sleep. When your emotional world becomes lighter through minimalism, the night begins to feel gentler, yet restlessness can still linger in the body. A quiet agitation, a subtle buzzing under the skin, a feeling of being out of sync with yourself, even when nothing is wrong. This restlessness can make it hard to settle into sleep because it feels like your mind and body are moving in different directions. The Stoics understood this sensation well, and they traced it back to one root cause: disconnection from your natural rhythm. To them, peace was not found in forcing the mind into stillness, but in aligning with the deeper order of nature. This alignment has a name in Stoicism: oikeiosis, the process of returning to your natural state, coming back into harmony with the world around you and the world within you. Oikeiosis is the opposite of inner resistance. It is the quiet understanding that nature has its own rhythm, its own timing, its own cycles, and that you are a part of that rhythm, not separate from it. Restlessness often comes from fighting the natural flow of things, from trying to stay mentally active when your body wants to rest, from forcing answers that are not yet ready, from pushing yourself when it's time to soften, from mentally living in tomorrow while your body is still in today. Oikeiosis invites you back to the place you were meant to be, aligned with the present moment, aligned with your body's needs, aligned with the natural quiet of night. This practice begins with recognizing that nighttime has a purpose. Nature slows. Light fades. The world becomes still. Your body is responding to that rhythm even when your mind is not. When you lie awake feeling restless, it's often because your mind is resisting the natural slowing that your body is already trying to follow. The Stoics would encourage you to ask, "What is nature asking of me right now?" And the answer at night is simple: rest, not accomplishment, not vigilance, not analysis. Rest. To apply oikeiosis, begin by grounding yourself in the truth that rest is not an interruption of life. It is part of life. Just as plants fold inward at night, just as animals retreat into burrows, just as the world quiets, you are meant to drift inward, soften your attention, and release the demands of the day. When you align yourself with this natural pattern instead of fighting it, the restlessness begins to dissolve. Another layer of oikeiosis is reconnecting with your body. Nighttime restlessness often comes from being stuck in the noise of your thoughts, ignoring the simple needs of your physical self. Bring your awareness gently downward, into your breath, into your chest, into your stomach, into the heaviness of your limbs. Notice how your body is already preparing for sleep, already slowing down, already shifting into a mode of restoration. The mind may resist, but the body is wise. It knows the rhythm of nature better than your thoughts ever will. Ask yourself softly, what would happen if I let my body lead instead of my mind right now? A subtle relaxation follows. Because your body does not move at the frantic pace your thoughts do, it moves like nature, slow, cyclical, grounded. Oikiosis also involves remembering that you are part of something larger than your individual concerns. Nighttime restlessness often comes from feeling separate, isolated in your thoughts. But when you reconnect to nature, even in a quiet, mental way, you remember that you are not alone in your rest. Countless others are sleeping, dreaming, breathing, unwinding. The world is holding you, not demanding from you. The night does not ask you to perform, it asks you to return to yourself. To deepen this practice, reflect on the Stoic idea that nature does not rush. Trees do not shoot up overnight. Rivers do not carve through rock in a day. The moon does not race through the sky. Everything unfolds in its own time. When your mind demands urgency at night, it is acting against nature. When you align with nature's pace, you enter a slower, calmer rhythm, and the body responds with relief. Oikiosis also involves acceptance, not the passive kind, but the steady kind. Accepting that right now you are meant to rest. Accepting that not every question needs an answer tonight. Accepting that not every emotion needs resolution. Accepting that not every thought deserves attention. Accepting the simple truth that the night is for restoration, not for problem-solving. As you breathe into this alignment, you begin to feel the restlessness ease. Your thoughts slow. Your body softens. Your awareness settles into your chest, your breath, your warmth. You feel yourself becoming part of the natural stillness of the night instead of fighting it. In this state, rest becomes possible, not because you forced it, but because you return to the rhythm you were always meant to follow. Oikiosis brings you home to yourself. It reconnects your mind with your body, your worries with the truth, your pace with nature's pace. And when you lie in this alignment, the night no longer feels like something you must endure. It becomes something that holds you quietly, gently, until sleep arrives on its own. When you finally reconnect with the natural rhythm of the night and let your body guide you back into harmony, restlessness begins to fade. But there is still a familiar habit that often resurfaces when the world goes quiet, reviewing the day. The mind goes back to conversations, decisions, reactions, moments where you felt unsure, moments where you weren't at your best. And without realizing it, this review often turns into judgment, into harshness, into self-condemnation. You replay what you said, what you didn't say, what you should have done, what you should have handled differently. And suddenly, the quiet becomes sharp. The night becomes heavy. Peace slips away. The Stoics knew this pattern well. They understood that the desire to reflect can easily transform into self-attack, if not guided by intention. That's why Seneca developed a nighttime practice, unlike anything else in his philosophy. A gentle review method designed not to punish you for your day, but to free you from the emotional residue it left behind. Seneca believed the purpose of reviewing the day was not to criticize yourself, but to understand yourself. To learn, not to lash out. To grow, not to shrink. To clarify, not condemn. He approached the end of the day with softness, a deliberate softness, because he understood that harsh self-judgment tightens the heart, blinds the mind, and steals the possibility of rest. His review method works precisely because it embraces human imperfection instead of fighting it. The practice begins with an inner posture of curiosity. You don't brace yourself. You don't prepare for a mental trial. You simply sit with the question, what happened today? But you ask it the way a kind teacher would, not the way a relentless critic would. You let the day rise in your mind like scenes in a film. quietly, slowly, without dramatization. You're not there to rewrite anything or replay the moment until it hurts. You're there to witness, to understand, and to release. As you revisit the day, notice moments you felt proud of, even the small ones. A moment of patience, a moment of courage, a moment where you were honest when it was easier not to be. Seneca believed these moments deserved as much attention as mistakes. Most people skip this part and focus only on what went wrong, forgetting that the heart needs acknowledgement of goodness too. When you notice the things you did well, something inside you relaxes. You remember that the day wasn't a failure. You remember that you tried, that you showed up, that you navigated challenges with the wisdom you had at the time. Then, and only then, gently revisit the moments where you drifted from who you want to be. Not to shame yourself, not to punish yourself, but to understand. Seneca encouraged examining these moments with honesty and compassion. Why did I act that way? What emotion was I protecting? What fear was I reacting to? What did I need in that moment that I didn't know how to express? These questions soften your understanding of yourself. They turn mistakes into information rather than bruises. They show you the human beneath the behavior. When you review the day with this tone, self-condemnation dissolves because you see your imperfections as signals, not signs of failure, but signs of where your inner world needs support. You begin to understand that every reaction you regret had a reason behind it. A wound, a fear, a pattern, a moment of fatigue. And understanding this doesn't excuse the behavior. It gives you the power to change it. Another key part of Seneca's method is refusing to exaggerate. The mind loves to magnify mistakes at night. A small moment becomes a disaster. A minor awkwardness becomes humiliation. But Seneca insisted on proportion. He reminded himself that no single moment defines a human being, and no human being lives a flawless day. When you scale your mistakes back to their true size, the emotional weight they carry becomes manageable. Finally, Seneca's review ends with a quiet promise. Not a vow of perfection, not an oath to never falter again, but a simple intention. Tomorrow, I will aim to do a little better. That's all. A gentle recalibration. A respectful commitment to growth. This small promise turns the review from judgment into progress. It gives the mind a sense of closure. It tells the heart, you are allowed to rest. The day is done. Once you finish this gentle review, a deep calm begins to spread through you. The tension in your chest eases. The thoughts stop circling. The inner critic loses its voice because you have approached yourself with honesty and kindness. A combination powerful enough to quiet the mind and soothe the body. Revisiting the day without self-condemnation transforms the night. It turns reflection into healing. It replaces sharpness with warmth. It replaces guilt with understanding. It prepares you not only for sleep, but for tomorrow. Not as someone who must be perfect, but as someone who is learning, growing, and deserving of rest. When you learn to revisit the day without condemning yourself, something softens deep inside. But there is still one more fear that loves to slip into the quiet just before sleep. The fear of tomorrow. Not tomorrow as a date on the calendar, but tomorrow as a question mark. As a horizon you can't see beyond. As a collection of unknown moments your mind tries to predict, control, or brace itself against. This fear is ancient. It comes from a part of you that believes certainty equals safety and that uncertainty equals danger. But the Stoics, who lived through wars, exile, illness, betrayal, and constant unpredictability, understood something the anxious mind forgets. Uncertainty itself is not the enemy. Your relationship with it is. The Stoics believed that trying to control tomorrow is the fastest path to fear, because the more you try to seal the future into something predictable, the more terrified you become when you realize you can't. Their solution was not to avoid the unknown, but to embrace it, to treat uncertainty not as a threat, but as a natural condition of life, a constant companion, something woven into every day you've ever lived, something you have survived thousands of times already. Transforming fear of tomorrow begins with acknowledging a truth the mind resists. You have never known what tomorrow would bring, and yet you have made it through every single one, every unexpected moment, every surprise, every challenge, every joy, every sorrow, every twist. You navigated them all without needing certainty beforehand. This is the first step, recognizing that uncertainty hasn't harmed you, your fear of it has. To embrace uncertainty the Stoic way, begin by sitting with the discomfort instead of trying to outrun it. When the mind whispers, "What if tomorrow is too much? What if I can't handle it? What if something goes wrong?" Pause. Don't scramble for answers. Don't try to build imaginary plans. Don't argue with the fear. Instead ask, what evidence do I have that I cannot handle tomorrow? The mind usually falls silent here, because your entire life is evidence of the opposite. The next step is shifting your inner narrative. Anxiety demands certainty because it assumes you are fragile. Stoicism teaches that you are adaptable. Anxiety asks for a guarantee. Stoicism reminds you of your capability. Anxiety tries to script the future. Stoicism invites you to trust your response to whatever comes. You are not meant to predict tomorrow, only to meet it. Another part of this practice is recognizing that uncertainty is what makes growth possible. If life were predictable, you would never discover new strength, new understanding, new opportunities. Every meaningful moment in your past happened because something uncertain unfolded. Every turning point, every breakthrough, every change that shaped who you are today began with the unknown. The Stoics taught that if you fear uncertainty, you fear the very conditions that make your life meaningful. To deepen this, reflect on how often the fears you felt about past tomorrows never came true. How many imagined disasters never arrived. How many worries dissolved as soon as daylight came. The mind tends to prepare for storms that never form. When you see this pattern clearly, fear of tomorrow loses its sharpness. You begin to realize that uncertainty rarely delivers the catastrophe your imagination predicts. Another Stoic tool is accepting that life unfolds moment by moment, not all at once. Anxiety compresses the entire future into a single, overwhelming image. Stoicism expands it back into real time. You don't live tomorrow in one piece. You live it breath by breath, decision by decision, step by step. And when broken into steps, fear becomes manageable, courage becomes possible, peace becomes realistic. Ask yourself gently, do I need to live tomorrow tonight? The answer is always no. Tomorrow will come with the same rhythm all days come with. One moment at a time, none bigger than the breath you're taking now. The Stoics also embraced uncertainty by trusting themselves more than their predictions. They knew the mind exaggerates when tired distorts when emotional, and dramatizes when in the dark. So instead of trusting fear, they trusted their own resilience. They told themselves, "Whatever comes, I will meet it with the strength I have, and if needed, I will find more." This is the heart of Stoic courage, not confidence in the future, confidence in yourself. Finally, transform your relationship with uncertainty by remembering that the present moment is always your home. Tomorrow may be unknown, but right now is not. Right now is a place you can breathe in, a place where nothing is happening that you cannot handle, a place where peace is possible. The more you anchor yourself in the present, the weaker tomorrow's fears become. Because fear cannot reach you unless you follow it out of the moment you're in. You do not need certainty to sleep. You need trust. Trust in your resilience. Trust in your adaptability. Trust in the truth that you have met the unknown 1,000 times and will meet it again. As this understanding settles into you, the tightness around your thoughts begins to loosen. The mind stops racing toward tomorrow. The heart stops bracing for imaginary storms. You return to yourself, steady, grounded, unafraid of the open horizon. And in that shift, the unknown no longer feels like a threat. It feels like life, unfolding gently, moment by moment, waiting for you to meet it when morning comes. When you finally stop fearing tomorrow by embracing uncertainty, the night becomes far softer. But there is still one more subtle weight that so often keeps people awake long after their body is ready to rest. It is not fear, not guilt, not regret. It is the quiet, persistent habit of being harsh with yourself. The way you speak to yourself when the lights go out, the way you judge your own thoughts, the way you hold yourself to standards no one else would dare impose on you, the way you whisper, "You should have been better." Nighttime amplifies this voice because there are no distractions left to drown it out. And this is where the Stoics, so often misunderstood as emotionless, offered something deeply compassionate, a style of kindness rooted in reason, clarity, and humanity. Stoic self-compassion is not indulgence. It is rational kindness. It is the recognition that you cannot expect strength from yourself if you constantly wound yourself with your own thoughts. Stoic kindness begins with a simple truth. You are human. That means imperfect, adaptable, ever-changing, learning as you go. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, wrote daily reminders to himself about his own humanity, not out of shame, but out of compassion. He told himself to expect mistakes, to forgive lapses, to treat himself with the same understanding he would offer a friend. He knew that cruelty toward one's own mind creates anxiety, and that gentleness creates strength. The practice of nightly Stoic self-compassion starts with noticing how you talk to yourself in the dark. What tone does your inner voice take? Is it sharp, cold, demanding? Does it criticize every moment you recall? Does it magnify small imperfections? Does it twist human emotions into personal failures? When you become aware of this voice, you take the first step towards softening it. The Stoics believed that judgment should be fair, never cruel, never exaggerated, never fueled by emotion alone. So when your inner critic begins to speak, ask yourself, is this fair, or is this tiredness speaking? Fear, old wounds, unrealistic expectations. Most harsh self-talk collapses under this question. It cannot survive the bright light of reason. The next step is reframing the way you interpret your behavior. Instead of saying, "I should have done better," ask, given who I was in that moment, my energy, my emotions, my knowledge, what else could I realistically have done? This is not excuse-making. It is clarity. It helps you see that your actions were the natural result of a human navigating a complex day. Stoic self-compassion also means recognizing effort over outcome. Did you try? Did you care? Did you act with sincerity, even if imperfectly? The Stoics valued intention far more than flawless execution. They believed that human virtue is revealed in effort, not in perfection. When you acknowledge your own effort at night, your chest loosens. The internal pressure dissolves. You remember that you showed up today, and that alone is worthy of gentleness. Another layer of Stoic kindness is separating identity from mistakes. The mind loves to tell you that one moment defines you. But the Stoics rejected this entirely. A mistake is an event, not a character. A reaction is a moment, not a life story. A flaw is something to understand, not something to tattoo onto your soul. When you stop turning moments into verdicts, you reclaim your inner peace. To deepen the practice, speak to yourself the way you would speak to someone you love. If someone dear to you came to you with the exact thoughts you're having now, exhausted, worried, overwhelmed, would you lecture them? Would you shame them? Or would you place a gentle hand on their shoulder and say, "You did your best. You're allowed to rest. You deserve kindness, especially from yourself." That tenderness belongs to you too. The Stoics believed that rational kindness, not emotional indulgence, is a moral responsibility. Nightly self-compassion also involves recognizing the limits of the day. The Stoics taught that no human being is built to carry the weight of every emotion, every decision, every responsibility without rest. You must put down the load at some point. You must give yourself permission to stop striving, stop fixing, stop evaluating. Tonight is that permission. Tell yourself quietly, "I am allowed to be imperfect. I am allowed to be tired. I am allowed to rest without earning it." These are not excuses, they are truths. Without them, the mind becomes a battlefield. With them, the mind becomes a refuge. Finally, end the day with a Stoic mantra of self-mercy. I release the pressure. I release the judgment. I release the harshness. I choose kindness toward myself because I am human. And being human is enough. Feel how this softens your chest. Feel how your breath becomes deeper. Feel how your inner landscape becomes warmer and safer. Stoic self-compassion is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is strength held gently. It is the recognition that no mind thrives under cruelty, and that rest, healing, and resilience grow only in the soil of kindness. Tonight, let that kindness become the blanket around your thoughts. Let it hold you as you drift toward sleep. Let it remind you again and again that you deserve peace, not because you were perfect today, but because you are human. When you treat yourself with rational kindness and finally let your inner critic quiet down, a deeper calm begins to settle into you. But the mind, even when soft, still has a habit of making problems feel larger, heavier, and more complicated than they truly are. A small concern can swell into a catastrophe, a simple task can feel impossible, and a single worry can take on the weight of an entire world. This is one of the oldest tricks of the anxious mind: magnification. The Stoics understood this pattern clearly, and they developed a technique that cuts straight through emotional exaggeration, the technique of reducing problems to their bare physical components. It is one of the simplest yet most powerful Stoic tools for dissolving nighttime anxiety. Marcus Aurelius used this method constantly. When something distressed him, he would strip it of the emotional story attached to it and break it down into its most basic physical facts. His reasoning was simple. When you remove the dramatic interpretation, the problem shrinks back to its actual size, and once it shrinks, your fear shrinks with it. The Stoics believed that almost every emotional storm begins with a misinterpretation, a belief that something is worse, scarier, or more overwhelming than its basic reality. Reducing an issue to its physical components removes the illusion. This practice begins with identifying the problem that feels heavy in your mind. Maybe it's a conversation you fear having tomorrow. Maybe it's a task you've been avoiding. Maybe it's a financial concern, a mistake you made, or a discomfort in your body. Notice how your mind describes it. Notice how dramatic the language becomes. Notice how quickly your imagination adds layers, future consequences, imagined reactions, worst-case outcomes, emotionally loaded interpretations. Now pause and ask, what is this problem made of in the simplest physical sense? A conversation becomes two humans exchanging words. A task becomes a series of small motions, typing, writing, speaking, lifting, organizing. An email becomes a handful of sentences on a screen. A bill becomes numbers on a page. A meeting becomes people sitting in a room. A discomfort becomes a sensation in a specific part of your body. Suddenly, the issue loses its monstrous shape. It becomes real, tangible, finite, not a story, a fact. The Stoics believed that this breakdown returns your mind to clarity. For example, if you're dreading tomorrow's responsibilities, break them down physically. Waking up, walking to a location, speaking words, performing tasks your hands and mind have done before. Nothing more, nothing mystical, nothing catastrophic. Just simple human actions.
If you're replaying something embarrassing, reduce it. Voices, expressions, a small moment in a day full of countless moments. When you see the physical reality without the emotional inflation, the shame softens. If you're worried about a bodily sensation, reduce it. Pressure, tightness, warmth, coolness, movement. Nothing more than physical sensations happening inside tissues, muscles, nerves. Not a prophecy, not a threat. This technique also works beautifully for abstract fears. If you're afraid of failure, break it down. What is failure physically? An outcome that didn't match your expectation, a result that differed from your hope. The sun still rises. Your body still breathes. You still exist. Failure is not a physical injury, just an interpretation. The Stoics used this technique to protect themselves from emotional exaggeration. They understood that the mind often transforms simple realities into existential crises. Breaking them down pulls you out of imagination and back into truth. Another layer of this practice is releasing the language that intensifies your fear. Words like disaster, humiliating, ruined, impossible, or terrifying are emotional distortions. Replace them with descriptions of what is actually happening. For example, instead of saying, "Tomorrow will be overwhelming," say, "Tomorrow involves tasks and conversations." Instead of saying, "Everyone will judge me," say, "People may have opinions, and opinions are just thoughts in someone else's mind." This shift reduces the emotional punch. Reducing a problem to its physical components isn't denial, it's clarity. It's the ability to see problems as they are, not as your nighttime mind paints them. And once you do, something remarkable happens. The problem often becomes so small, so manageable, so ordinary, that your body relaxes, your breath deepens,
Your chest loosens. You stop spiraling because there is nothing left to spiral about.
It's not that the issue disappears. It simply returns to the size it actually was all along.
This practice also strengthens your resilience. When you learn to see problems without emotional inflation, you feel more capable, more grounded, more in control of your responses. Anxiety loses its leverage because it cannot exaggerate what you consistently break down into basics. As you lie in bed tonight, take the issue that feels heaviest and reduce it. Strip away the story. Strip away the drama. Strip away the predictions. Leave only the facts, the physical, observable facts. See how much lighter the problem becomes. See how much calmer your body feels. See how much rest becomes possible when the mind is no longer wrestling with illusions. The Stoics weren't detached because they were cold. They were calm because they were honest. They looked at problems clearly, simply, realistically, and in doing so, they reclaimed their peace. You can do the same tonight. Reduce the problem, reduce the fear, return to reality, return to rest. After 4 hours of returning to yourself, of loosening everything you were never meant to carry, you've walked through the full landscape of Stoic night wisdom, gently releasing unfinished tasks, stripping false impressions from your thoughts, quieting the craving for certainty, rising above your fears, and remembering that the version of you lying here now is not the one who suffered earlier today. You've cleared emotional residue. You've listened to your body. You've surrendered the day. You've let go of opinions and false urgencies. You've confronted catastrophic imagination, shrunk worries with cosmic perspective, softened insomnia with observation, dissolved emotional echoes, and discovered gratitude for the very hardships that shaped your resilience. You've stepped inside your inner citadel, examined virtue instead of perfection, embraced human limits, withdrawn judgments about tomorrow, broken the urgency illusion, released desire, let go of what was never yours, kept only the emotions that serve you, aligned with nature, and revisited the day without harming yourself. You've learned to trust uncertainty, to respond with rational kindness, and to reduce your problems to the small, simple physical truths they really are. Every one of these practices is a brick in the foundation of a calmer life, not just tonight, but every night that follows. You've built a kinder mind, a steadier heart, a deeper sense of inner safety no darkness can break. Before you drift off, I want to ask something meaningful. What part of tonight's journey spoke to you the most? What brought you the most peace or the biggest shift? Leave a comment and share it. Your insight might be the exact wisdom someone else needs tonight. And if you want more videos that help you live with strength, clarity, and inner calm, make sure to subscribe and tap the notification bell so you never miss the next step toward a steadier mind and a lighter heart. Sleep well. You've earned it, truly.